Greetings. Welcome to the channel. Pharaoh said that. Let's kick the day off early. Glad to see everyone. Hit that like button when you come over. That's very important. Share and subscribe. Hit that notification bell and support the channel. It's always a pleasure. And I am representing Chi-Town. Much respect to everybody on Kick, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. Rep your city. Rep your city. Early in the morning, I'm getting started. Going to have a few conversations today. Join me midday. Over on Vegan Intel. Going to have a great conversation over there today. Make sure you join me over on Vegan Intel this evening. Go subscribe so that you will know what's going on. So go subscribe to Vegan Intel so that you will be aware of what's going on. And so I can help encourage you to take care of your health. Yes, indeed. All right. Make sure you subscribe to Vegan Intel over on YouTube at Vegan Intel. And let's get that health in check. Of course, it's not people's favorite conversation, but we are building up a nice crowd over there. Salute to everybody that is over on Vegan Intel. Getting their mind right and exercising and changing the way they eat as we head into one of the most serious times when it comes to health. It's going to be real serious over the next 5 years. So tonight, which is really morning, but it's still dark outside. So this morning, I want to talk about a little history. But first, let me shout out everybody's location. We got Texarkana in the building, always supporting. Salute to Brother Tim Duncan. Go check him out on TikTok. He has a great TikTok channel. Salute to South London. Big up yourself, Denatal. It's always a pleasure, brethren. We got Brinkston in the building. Shout out to everybody overseas. All my brethren and sisters overseas. It's important for all the brethren and sisters to know that even though as a foundational Black American, I am not anti-Black people on the international scale. And maybe I need to talk about that because people are misinterpreting tether. And Tariq Nasheed is not misusing the term tether. He's only applying it to people that are tethering to Black Americans and really don't like us. And some people are taking the brother's something that he's been pushing and taking it out of context, and then he's getting blamed for people taking tether out of context. Tether does not mean any Black person that's not from the United States. That's not what it means, okay? So I probably need to talk about that sometime today because that's a big misinterpretation right there. That's not what it means, okay? It's not just for any Black person. It's for people that come over and take jobs listed as being Black and take food and money out of our pockets, but not really don't like us. So we're going to talk about that because we're fighting a war over here, and racist companies have been not wanting to pay foundational Black Americans and have been bringing over Nigerians to pay less and to intentionally hurt us. And many of these Nigerians are more than happy to assist white supremacy and come and undercut their brothers and sisters. Which you can't hate a man if he's trying to come get some opportunity, but, still come over here with love in your heart. Don't come over here with hate and be an enemy and replace your own brothers and sisters. So we'll talk about that. We have Sacramento in the building. We have Norfolk in the building. And on a side note, we got a lot of brethren and sisters that deal with Africa for the Africans and deal with the Rastaman philosophy. Put a lot of pressure on foundational Black Americans to deal with the Rasta philosophy and put no pressure on Africa to deal with that philosophy. That's a whole nother story. I've just been seeing Foundational Black Americans complaining about Burkina. So we'll get into that. Much respect to Kankakee and Chicago, Illinois. Kankakee is in the building. Salute to all my brothers and sisters in Kankakee. You know, we love you from Chicago. We got Chicago in the building. Good to see you, Neil. Sacramento, Buffalo, Norfolk. Come on in and rep your city. Rep your city. But yeah, much respect to all the brothers and sisters across the water and to all people that watch me, no matter your race, color, or religion. I got something for everybody. I'm not anti white or Asian or Hispanic. I don't do anti, I'm pro. And so I don't do anti. I only deal with ops when I have opposition. Other than that, I try to stay out of the foolishness and all of the hate. I try to stay out of hate. And I don't like to generalize. So today I got a very historical conversation that I'm going to get into. That's pretty interesting. It does cover racism in the United States during the 60s and the 70s, the civil rights movement, and all those things. You know, I want to say salute to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who was one of the greatest people that ever lived in the United States. It took me some years to really recognize his greatness. And he was truly a very, very great man and has done a lot of great things. There he is at Chicago and Soldiers Field in the 60s. One of my favorite people in the world, in history, MLK. At one time, I was totally against MLK because I was misinformed. And I was choosing Malcolm X between Malcolm X and MLK until I got more knowledge. And I had to go get knowledge and level out on my situation. And so you have to have knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. That's what you have to have. So this is one of the greatest men in our lifetime. That really loved Chicago and did a lot in Chicago. And there's a lot of history there. Maybe I'll cover some of that. But we're going to get into all that. There's a lot to cover with that. Rep your city. Everybody rep your city, though. Let's not stop there. We have 54 people over here. We got the DMV in the building. Rep your city. Represent your city while we give more people time to get over here. So represent your city. Represent your city. For sure. While we get into some really, really interesting conversation about some history and what's been going on in the city of Chicago and things that people really don't know about the city of Chicago. There's a lot of information and a lot to cover. When you talk about Chicago, a lot to cover, a lot of information, and there's a lot that people don't understand. About Chicago, about the city of Chicago, about the lifestyle of people from the city of Chicago. And we want to get into all of that. In the 60s, I was born in 1958. So I'm not just talking. I lived through a lot of these different types of situations. And so I'm going to be talking about what I know, not make believe. So I'm not going to be talking about make believe, not at all. Not one bit. We have Oakland in the building. We have Philadelphia in the building. Rep your city, rep your city, rep your city. Rep your city. Much respect to Brother MLK. I probably need to do a whole thing on him and talk about the time he went to play pool with the Vice Lords on the West Side. Who knows about that? Who knows about MLK going on the West Side and beating the Vice Lords in a game of pool? Y'all know about that? We'll talk about that. You know, your Big Pharaoh can bring you the history like no other. Did y'all know about that? Do y'all know about all the great things that MLK done? And did you know that he went on the West Side to play pool at the Vice Lords Pool Hall because he wanted the gangs to come out and stand up for foundational Black Americans? And the Vice Lords didn't come, and he found out they was at the pool hall. So he went over to the pool hall and bet a game of pool. Chicago's doing great right now, actually. You're watching the TV. Chicago's doing great. Chicago's a great city, doing great. Actually, Driz, what you're seeing about Chicago is all propaganda. And when you don't live in Chicago and you see the news and you see things about Chicago, of course, you get the wrong idea. But Chicago is doing really great. And foundational Black Americans are doing great in Chicago. Chicago's a great city, still popping. He wouldn't be disappointed because the largest number of murders in Chicago was in the 70s. And so now we got, 500 murders? And in the 70s, we had, 980? So you do the math. How would he compare 500 to 980? Which is worse, 987 murders or 530? Because now it's 530. When Martin Luther King was alive, it was 987. So know what you're talking about and talk about what you know. Don't listen to Donald Trump's false analysis of crime in these Black cities when the most crime is in white areas. And white men have the most crime committed. No, you wouldn't be disappointed at all. No, Chicago's a great city, by far. You have to do your own research. Yeah, you have to do your own research. So if you're listening to the media, you've got the wrong idea. But anyway, we might talk about that when MLK went on the West Side to shoot pool, to get the brothers to come out for the Black community. He couldn't be too disappointed because all that started in his era. And so he was, I don't know how he would be disappointed about something that started in his era. But if you say so. Where you live at, Driz, rep your city, rep your city. Rep your city, and let's see what your city is doing for Black people. Driz, represent your city. Where are you from? Rep your city. No, Chicago's doing great. That's media. It's the media. It's Republicans against Democrats. Chicago's a great Democratic city. We got Atlanta, Georgia now. So, of course, Trump, he's on some political gangbanging, Republicans against Democratic. And he's going to do whatever he can to try to make democratic cities look bad and overlook all the crime and corruption and missing people in the Republican cities. And in places like Texas, where a lot of people have been found in a swamp. Interesting. And now a lot of people was found in Lake Michigan, Chicago. But it's the same thing in Texas. Shh. So tonight or this morning, I keep saying night because it's dark, I'm going to talk about what it was like growing up in the 70s as a young foundational Black American. You're from Boston, Massachusetts. Oh, one of the most racist cities in America. That's interesting. And so how is Boston doing concerning foundational Black America? Boy, I tell you. Everybody knows Boston is full of hate. Interesting. He's from one of the most racist cities in the country. That's deep, ain't it? And he's from Boston, ain't like Chicago. Boston little. You know what I'm saying? Boston is little. Let me see Boston's population. Okay, Boston got 675,000 people. Okay. Boston is little. And so people from places like that, they have little to manage. So they want to brag what they got. But this little bitty place, it's got a little over 500,000 people. So, of course, it might be a bit easier to manage. But that's, Boston. I mean, much respect to Boston. Yeah, that's a nice little cute city. That's cute. But big Chicago got 2,721,000. Boston is smaller than the 721,000. We have 2 million more people in Boston. Chicago got 2 million more people living here than Boston. So, of course, it would be more difficult for the mayor of Chicago, right, than it would be for the mayor of Boston. And out of almost 3 million people, when comparatively speaking, Chicago is low in murder. Chicago's like 20-something in murder. Chicago's not in the top 10 of murder per capita. You see, the media, you gotta put, you know what I'm saying, y'all? You got to be smart, okay? The number one city for murders is Jackson, Mississippi. Number 2 is Birmingham, Alabama. Number 3 is St. Louis. Number 4 is Memphis. Number 5 is Baltimore. Number 6 is Detroit. Number 7 is Cleveland. Number 8 is Louisville, Kentucky. Number 9 is Indianapolis. And number 10 is California. So now imagine all of the hype over the city of Chicago and no conversation about the cities that really have the most murder. What y'all think about that? What y'all think about that? What y'all think about this list? You see Chicago's not in the top 10? Now let me see if Driz is going to be honest. What you think about that, Driz? What y'all think about that list? They lying about Chicago, ain't they? And Chicago got 3 million people. We got way more people than them and less murders. What? We have way more people than those places and less murders. What y'all think about that? You see how they lie? We have way more people. We almost have 3 million people here, and we got less murders than those cities, than Jackson and Birmingham and them. That's got hardly nobody there. What y'all think about that? You see the manipulation? Because it's politics with Republicans, so they're going after the big cities where a lot of votes at. Chicago's called a Democratic machine. Chicago's not on the list. You see how they do? You see how they do? You see the wickedness and the manipulation? And you see how they do their own American citizens and lie to their own American citizens and twist the story? You see how they do? You see the corruption? Well, there's not as many votes in those other cities. Those cities are not a threat to the Republican Party like the Democratic machine, Chicago. So, of course, in politics, they're going to try to bring down a place where they got the most votes at, which is Chicago. And they know that the citizens don't study, so they could tell the citizen anything. You know how many white Americans would swear that Chicago is on that list? It's crazy. It's the world we live in, y'all. We live in a world where you have to do your research or you're going to be looking crazy. And you're going to be talking about something and really don't know what you're talking about and adding to the misinformation and disinformation in the country. Right? And so right now you got ICE agents standing around downtown with people shopping and enjoying their life. It's nothing. There's that. That's why they can't show you the National Guard or anybody dealing with no serious crime. Because guess what? It ain't. That's all propaganda. You know, one thing you have to know about Donald Trump is he's a liar, okay? He's a liar, all right? He's a liar. Donald Trump is a manipulator and a liar, and always has been. There is a hype for Black Americans to not move back there or more there while having other groups flood in there and to gentrify. Yeah. Yeah, they trying to want you to leave and so other people can come and gentrify the community. It's all fake. It's all fake. It's all fake hype. But you can't do anything to a city with a big population because a city with big population has a lot of income, has a lot of people spending money, and has a lot of jobs. And so foundational Black Americans will always come to Chicago for work. There's nothing you can do about that. So they'll always come here for work. Uh, all that other stuff is just hype. People are going to go where the money's at, and the money's always going to be in the huge populations. So what we're talking about today, right, is we're talking about the situation all Democrat-run cities. Yeah, I hear you. Tell it to somebody that care. We don't do propaganda over here. So the old Democrat cities, Republican cities is all nonsense. You know what I'm saying? So I don't push that kind of nonsense over here. That stuff is not realistic. You understand? Political parties have nothing to do with crime. Crime is comes from something totally else. So being a Democratic city has nothing to do with crime. Being a Republican city has nothing to do with crime, because white Americans commit the most crime and they live all over the country. Okay? Right? So those people that they found in a swamp down there in the water in Texas, they won't promote that. So the Democratic ran stuff, I don't do that type of stuff over here. That's brainwashing. That's not healthy for my audience. They're selling y'all this weird scenario when it comes to crime, when it comes to people. And many times it's based on economics. It's not based on parties. And the economics is not based on politics. The economics is based on business. And if certain businesses make sure they put the money in certain areas, that's what's going to make certain areas have less crime, certain areas have more crime. So they tried to brainwash you to make you think politics has something to do with it, when really it's corporate America that manipulates the housing situation, the job situation, and manipulates the crime. And so a way to not show you the real culprits, which is the businesses that are racist, they try to put it on the politicians. So in other words, if you're the mayor of Chicago, you can't make these big corporations come here if they're racist. Also, you got to understand that these huge corporations are going to go in the backwoods where it's cheaper. And so you got to know economics. So they're going to provide more jobs in the area where they could build a plant for cheaper. So they're going to look for the cheap land. They're going to go out in the middle of Oregon somewhere. They're going to go out in the middle of Idaho somewhere where they can build a big old, they're going to go to Tennessee, right outside of Memphis, where they can build these huge factories, right, for cheaper, and then hire people there. And then those people are able to work, right? You understand what I'm saying? Those people are able to work and to help keep the crime down by the businesses that they bring there, right? So they're able to bring those businesses there and therefore create some type of economy. And then you can't have much crime in no little place. It's much easier to police a little place. So take a little place and bring business there. So when you bring a big corporation there, then everybody there can almost got a job if hardly nobody lived there, right? So if I go in the middle of nowhere, I put a big factory, I hire 3,000 people, that's almost everybody out there. So there's no reason for no crime. Whereas in the big cities, Los Angeles, Chicago, New York, first, there's not a lot of empty land. There's not a lot of places for you to buy, to put a big corporation or a big factory. Then to put those there, the tax is going to be high because the property is more expensive. So then that's going to create the situation where you can't hire more people, right? And then where if you got robberies, right? And you got 100 people living over here, how many robberies could you have? If you got 100,000 people living here, there's more people to rob, right? There's more houses to break in. If you got 10,000 people over here, there's less people to rob, right? And there's less homes to break in. So who's going to have the highest crime rate? The highest crime rate is going to be where there's the most opportunity to have the crime. And these are going to be in the big cities where there's more opportunity to have crime. So when they go show you some little place and tell you crime is down, everything is down. It's a little ass place. There's nobody to rob. There's nobody to shoot. You know what I'm saying? So they play mind games. Okay? They play mind games. So, of course, crime's going to be higher in Memphis than it's going to be in Nashville and some of the other cities. It's going to be higher in the more concentrated cities. That's just how it is. And as far as Republican and Democrats, Republicans like to control the state, and Democrats control the city because the states be whiter than the cities. So you get a lot of white Republican senators and stuff from the state where the whites live. And where the blacks live in a heavily populated area where there's more blacks, you end up with more black politicians. It has a lot to do with population and all of that. And then these black politicians are going to be Democrat, right? But the state, Chicago's in the state. So they won't blame, they like to blame the places that have the most people and say, look, they got the most crime. They got the most people. You don't make sense. Why don't they show the percentage of crime across America? And you'll see the percentages ain't much different, right? So 3% in Chicago is way more than 3% in some small place in Indiana, but it's still 3%. But that's going to be a smaller 3%. So what they do, they don't show you the percentage, they show you the numbers. But if you take the percentage of crime in Chicago and take the percentage of crime in a lot of white places, you'll find that some of these white places got more crime in Chicago percentage-wise. Also, you got to understand, white Americans do different types of crimes, embezzlement and stuff like that. A lot of prostitution, a lot of corporate crimes. All right, so all of that's fake. But what we're talking about today is the 70s, growing up in the 70s and coming to Chicago. My parents moved to Chicago in the 50s and had me and my sister. I was born in 1958. She was born in 1959. And we grew up in Chicago. So by the time I was 12 years old, it was 1970. And Chicago had racism in certain areas, Marquette Park areas and areas like that. And with Black Americans coming from the South, there was a lot of job opportunities. And so what they don't tell you also is that these job opportunities, the reason there's so many Black people, because there was not enough white people to fulfill these jobs. Okay? Because in Chicago, they hired everybody. They didn't care if you was black, white, or whatever. You wanted to work, they hired you. But you got to hire who's available, and Black Americans were available. And so these cities became, a lot of Black people's in these cities because it was necessary to have hands on deck, all hands on deck to work. It had nothing to do with being Democratic or Republican. It had something to do with these cities had to work. And that's how these cities end up with so many foundational Black Americans, because they needed the work done. Now, what a lot of people don't understand is corporate America had threw racism out the window. So the people were pushing racism, but corporate America was threw racism out the window. Why? Because this was right after the Great Depression and the Dust Bowl, where all the farms lost all their crops in the Great Depression and World War II. So after the Great Depression and World War II, America had to start building. And this building really picked up in the 50s. So when America's rebuilding in the 50s, Blacks in the South realized, hey, they need work up north. So that's what caused the Great Migration, because Blacks came up to work in the North. Okay? Blacks came up to work in the North. And that's what created the Great Migration. Okay? Right? So that's how so many Blacks ended up, because corporate America threw racism out, because racism was not going to be beneficial to business. And so there was a battle between racist citizens and corporate America. And corporate America was like, we can't do racism. We need workers. So this is where the civil rights movement, this is where it came from. These are our facts. The civil rights movement was based on work. Okay? Because as they began to have a bunch of people not needed in the South, and as they got the cotton gin and tractors and better stuff, now they can get a lot of the work done in the South without people. But they're shipping all the cotton to the North, and now they ain't got nothing to deal with all this cotton. See, this is a great picture because this shows you the North. So now, where was everybody needed? Everybody was needed in the North because they started producing cotton and sending it up so fast that they didn't have anybody to now manufacture the cotton, right? Because if you grow a lot of cotton, right, and you start sending it to the North, what you're going to start doing? You're going to start making socks and coats and T-shirts, right? You're going to start making stuff. So now you need everybody what? To come and work to make stuff from the cotton. You see all this cotton? Don't you can look at this picture and see they didn't have enough people to move this cotton. Does it look like they had enough people to move the cotton? No. Look at all that cotton. This is an excellent picture to show you what happened. They're like, we got to get more people up here. We don't got enough people. We got too much cotton coming up and nobody to help process it. Nobody to help ship it. Nobody to work at the factories. If you know anything about business, now these factories, there's more money circulating. So now they what? More people coming. So they got to what? Open more auto factories. They got to make more cars. They got to make more trucks. They got to print more books. They got to make more clothes. They got to make more food. They got to make more cereal. They got to make more popcorn. They got to make more potato chips. They got to make more everything. So they're like, y'all got to come up here and help us make this stuff. Now, Chicago became the spot because what? Chicago was where all the trains were. Okay, if you know history, you know that the central part of trains was St. Louis. And they moved the trains from St. Louis being the central spot to Chicago. You got to do your research. St. Louis used to be the capital of where trains went. Well, they moved that to Chicago. Now, if you know anything about business, wherever all the trains go, what else got to go? Trucks. Because who picks the stuff up off the train? Trucks. So Chicago becomes the biggest place for the trucking and for the trains and everything. Why? Because Chicago had the best location. Because Chicago is where you can leave Indiana, go through Indiana, Illinois, and be in Wisconsin within 90 minutes, within an hour. No, not 90, but within an hour 15, an hour and a half, you can go from 3 states. So Chicago became a hub for business because Indiana's right there, Wisconsin's right there, Detroit's right there, Ohio's right there. So you could do more business. Lake Michigan is there where you can put stuff on barges and boats up and down the Chicago River, up and down Lake Michigan. You could put stuff on boats and send it right across Lake Michigan to Michigan. So Chicago was better located than St. Louis. So now you got the baby boomers. So now you got our parents come up and have all these babies. When I went to kindergarten, there was over 100 children in the morning kindergarten class and over 100 children in the evening kindergarten class. Back in those days, you only went to kindergarten a half a day. And so when I went to kindergarten, right, there was 100 children in my class. There were so many children in the morning class, they had to split us in 3 groups to take our kindergarten pictures. This is my kindergarten picture. This is only 1/3 of the children that was in my class. That's me, the second at the top, the second from the left, with the ears sticking out, because I was tall. This other boy was the only person taller than me. They thought I was going to be Wilt Chamberlain or something. So we had to go, this is somebody else's classroom, where we had to go and take 3 sets of pictures just for the kindergarten class. And the evening group had to do the same thing. And they had to move us in the gym. So I went to kindergarten in the gym. And they had 3 teachers in the gym, and they had a piano, and we had to bring throw rugs to school. And we would sit on the throw rugs, and the kindergarten teacher would teach us, and we would draw and stuff like that. And they would play the piano, and the 3 groups would go to the different teachers. So they would play the piano. Dun, dun, dun. Every time they play the piano, you get up and go over there. They go over here. They go over there. Then by the time I got in 1st grade, they put mobile units behind my parents' house, moved a lot of us to the mobile units, and built Higgins over on Morgan and built the school. And then I went to that school when it was built in the 2nd grade. They had the school open. In the 1st grade, I went to 1st grade in a mobile unit while they built the school. So they had to build another school because I'm part of what they call the baby boomers, and there was a lot of people. So as you got these baby boomers in Chicago and foundational Black Americans are growing, now you got racism, but racism is not as big as most people think. There's just certain pockets that's pushing racism, right? So you have the racism, but when you got the racism with the adults, now you got the baby boomers, you got all these Black children. So as my group started to get towards 7th and 8th grade and high school, it was too many of us for racism. So racism had to end because my generation, we was too many to play with. Not only that, you got all these black children from the baby boomers, and one of their heroes is Muhammad Ali. So our hand game was ugly. While a lot of Americans, white Americans, was like into football, into baseball. We was into boxing. So we boxed for fun on the block. And so that when you take these young black youth in 7th grade and put them with white youth in 7th grade, their hand game ain't good enough. So when my parents took me from public school and sent me to a Lutheran school in 7th grade, even the white 8th graders' hand game wasn't enough. And I was a skinny kid. Some of them were strong, but their hand game was weak. So they was getting served up. You know what I'm saying? I was Ali shuffling, you know, people were still boxing like this. The average young white kid was boxing like that. We was, you know, we brought that to the youth lifestyle. So we pop, 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 you know, and they wasn't boxing like that. They was, come on, guys, come on. Like, pop, 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 and they losing. So, and it's a billion of us. So it was too many of us to push racism. Too many, it was too many. We all over the city, and I'm not from Alabama. And so you start having a group of black youth, we're not from Alabama. And so part of the mental slavery and the mental was because our parents were from the South and they was born under oppression, right? And they began to fight to come out of it. But when they came to Chicago and have us, we didn't know nothing about oppression. We didn't know nothing about you supposed to be somebody. So we didn't have no type of fear or nothing like that. Who was you? So now the young white children in 7th, 8th grade and high school, now they're running into blacks, but they're not able to do what their parents was able to do to our parents because our parents was already grew up in mental slavery. But we ain't grow up in that, so we don't know what you're talking about. We grew up where if you can't fight, what you talking about ain't nothing. Right? So now when I went to school with white kids, it wasn't about black and white with me. It was with some of them. But with me, it was about what them hands do. Because if you can't beat me up, you just talking. You know what I'm saying? We don't know none of that. I don't know what you're talking about. You understand? Because we didn't know that. We wasn't doing racism. We was doing Muhammad Ali. We doing boxing. Because in our neighborhood, the black community, it's what your hands do. Your mouth, we didn't do mouth. We did hands. And so when we got around races that did mouth, we did hands. And it was a bunch of us. And so even though I went to a Lutheran school where the population was probably, by the time I got there, the population was probably 45 white. No, probably 35 black and 65 white. Probably. No, probably more like 40 white, 60 black. I mean, 40% black, 60% white was what it was, which 40% black and 60% white was even because I had gang. And so the racism at the schools in Chicago was only strong when it's like 80% white or 90% white and 10% black, or 80% white and 20% black. But as soon as you get 30, 35% black, it's too much for the 65%. They can't handle 30%. And once it got to 30, 35%, it go up 40, 40, 50. And this is why they don't want us to go to school, because now ain't no more power, because the racism was only powerful if you could outnumber us a whole lot. You had to be able to outnumber us by a lot. Because once we get so much numbers, it's an L for you. We don't even got to be even. We don't even got to be 50-50. That's a fact. 35-65 is too much for white supremacy. They can't even handle 35% of us. That's a fact. That's an absolute fact. 40% is definitely over with. These are facts. And so even though my parents sent me from 116th in a black neighborhood where we had homes and stuff, we had nice houses, parks and everything, nice schools. And they sent me over to 99th and Winston, or they sent me over to 87th and Kedzie to the Lutheran school. There was always the fear that I go come up there with the guys from the neighborhood. So it wasn't no smoke. Nobody wanted no smoke. Nobody wanted no smoke. So it wasn't like I was coming from, no depressing hood situation. It wasn't nothing like that. I was coming from a nice home, nice neighborhood, but we was rough. We was on some Muhammad Ali. This is where I grew up at. This is the house I was raised in from 4 years old. Okay? Was the benefit of going to Lutheran school educational or social? It wasn't to me. To me, my parents thought it was better. So my parents sent me to a Lutheran school. I got there as a freshman. My sister came as a sophomore. They started building new schools in Chicago, new public schools. My mother wanted us to go there. I went to my daddy and said, take my sister out of here. Take my sister out of this Lutheran school. Why are you paying for me to go to Lutheran school? And they got brand new public schools. They got more science equipment, more everything. So we had a coup, me, my sister, and my daddy against my mama. And we went and secretly enrolled my sister in the Percy L. Julian. And then we just let my mama know Chandra going to Percy L. Julian. So then my sister, she went to Percy L. Julian. My sister's a big-time engineer right now, making a lot of money. So there really wasn't no educational benefit in going to the private Lutheran school. But my parents felt like, and it really wasn't about me going there in high school. It was about me going in 7th and 8th grade, because some of the public schools, back in those days, you graduated from the 6th grade. And you graduated from the 6th grade, you had a 6th grade graduation and got a ribbon. So 6th grade graduation was like high school graduation these days, XYZ. And then when you got out of 6th grade, you had to go to middle school. And middle school was 7th and 8th grade, and the middle schools had gangs. So my parents didn't want to send me to the middle school, because this was also the beginning of the gangs, the Blackstones, the GDs, the lynchmen. In my neighborhood, it was the lynchmans and stones. So sending me to 7th and 8th grade was cool. But then after 8th grade, they should have put me back in public school, but they thought they was doing right, because That's an excellent question, because the baby boomers, right? When I was in 7th and 8th grade, the gang's a little older than us, but we the boomers. So by the time we got in the 9th grade, the non-gangs, the ones in the non-gangs, could whoop the gangs. So by the time I got into high school, me and my guys and our generation, we could beat the gangs up because we had hands and it was more of us than them. So and when I was a freshman, it was more of us than it was seniors. We could whoop the seniors because we was the boomers and they wasn't. And we was the boom of the boomers. They was a part of the boomers, but y'all gotta understand, with the baby boomers, there was a boom. And the boom was 1958. 1958 was the most kids. That's why they had to build a school for us, because we was the boom. So my parents can't foresee that. So by the time I'm in, by the time I'm in 8th grade, but especially when I'm a freshman, the gangs ain't nothing. I'll whoop a gang member. So by the time I'm a freshman, I'm shooting dice with gang members. And I'm the shorty. And I'm like, yeah. And they like, oh, we the reason you're off the block. I'm like, I'm off the block now. I'm off the block now, because they don't want no smoke. Because it don't matter if you're a gang member. What's up with these? And we outnumber y'all. We'll jump y'all. What 8 gang members gonna do with 29 freshmen? What 8 gang members that would be sophomores and juniors and seniors, what can they do with 29 freshmen? Ain't no freshman initiation. It's too many of us. But my parents couldn't foresee that. But we got my sister out of it. I got my sister out of there. Now, for me, the beneficial for me was psychiatry and psychology, what I know. So the benefit was me is I know about white people. I went to school with them. I know the psychology. I know the sociology of them. So there was a benefit for me as far as a teacher, because now I could teach you all stuff that I wouldn't be able to teach you if I didn't go to school like that. And then going to school like that expanded my music knowledge. So I became like a master of the universe, because I live in a Black community. So I'm going to see the Isley Brothers. I'm going to see the Ohio Players. I'm going to see Earth, Wind, and Fire. I'm going to see all them. And I'm going to see Led Zeppelin. I'm going to see Pink Floyd. I'm going to see everybody. I'm going to see, and then at the Lutheran school, the OGs, my OGs, they was in the jazz. So I'm going to see Chick Corea, Returning Forever. I'm going to see Stanley Clark, Billy Cobham. So what it did for my music, it made my music knowledge through the roof, because now I'm exposed to older Blacks that's into jazz at the high school. I'm exposed to whites that's into rock. I'm exposed to my generation that's into the Commodores, the Isley Brothers. So now that's my record, why my record collection is so vast. So it was a benefit to me as far as psychology, sociology, and music. It was a benefit. It was also a benefit to me, revolutionary, because I ain't scared. And Blacks that don't be around whites is scared. But Blacks like me that went to school with them, whatever. I already know you ain't on nothing like that. And they can pick that up when they bump into you. When I'm outside and they bump into me, they could pick up, they know what it is. They can pick up the energy. They don't play with me like that. You'll never see me in a situation with no racism, with nobody talking crazy to me, including the police. Because they know and who don't. No, the baby boomers was born here. We didn't go to the war. The Vietnam War stopped right after our junior year. Oh, Sir Drop. Some of the baby boomers were early enough to go to Vietnam, right? But the boom, we didn't go. So nobody from my generation went to Vietnam because the war ended when we was in high school. Right before I turned 18, the war ended. My mother worked for the draft board. So my mother worked at the draft board where you used to have to go to sign up. Okay. So you're talking to a real historian, no ifs, ands, and buts to it. Right? So my mother worked at the draft board. My mother worked where the Chicago 7 or the Chicago 8 destroyed the draft papers. Y'all remember when that happened? My family was some of the first people to see that. My mother was off work, but she used to like to get ice cream at this place by her job. My mother liked black walnut ice cream, and very few places carried it except this ice cream shop by her job. So my daddy, I think one Saturday, wanted to take his wife and children to get ice cream and gonna take my mom where she can get her favorite ice cream. And when we pulled up, we synced all the draft papers on the ground. My mother worked on this building to your left is the building where my mother worked. We parked to your right. And this was when the Chicago 7, for selective service. And the place where they destroyed the records was where my mother worked. So my life is made me unique because as a shorty, I was meeting presidents, generals, admirals, postmaster generals. I'm a little boy, you know. And my mom was like, oh, this is Senator something and Congress or something. And you know how it is when you're a little boy. When you're a little boy and you go to work to pick up your mommy and your mommy like, this the vice president. And you like, I'm ready to go to Burger King or I'm ready to go to McDonald's. The hell with this dude. You know, kids, we don't give a damn. We don't care. Mommy, let's go. You know what I'm saying? And so I've been meeting big politicians and military people all my life. That's why when I got busted with marijuana and I left Chicago and I moved to California, went to Hawaii, I had a case. I never went to court. And the Chicago police kept coming to my mama's house looking for me. So my mama called the United States government and said, hey, these people keep coming to my house looking for my son. So the United States government took down information and said, don't worry about it, Bess, or they ain't going to come back. So this is why you see me talking careful about the government, because I'm kind of protected by the government because of my mother. The United States government is my friend. They've been looking out for me. And so anytime I go visit my mother, no police came looking for me because I was under federal protection because my mother ran the whole Midwest when it comes to the draft. And when they stopped drafting, they moved my mother to the Veterans Administration. But she was high ranking in the Midwest. As a matter of fact, when I'm like 18, 19, I'm taking my mother to the airport to fly to take care of government information. I remember one time I get to the airport, my mother get out the car, she get out the Cadillac. She said, go get my suitcases, get my briefcases out the trunk. So when I opened the trunk, she got two briefcases that say top secret. Kind of freaked me out. I never seen them. She must have had them here in a room or something. So I opened the trunk, these briefcases say top secret. I'm thinking, my mama, James Bond, you know. I said, what? You know what I mean? And so she was highly ranked with the United States government. Another time before that, my mother was out of town for the government because when they stopped the draft, and once they did this here, they moved the draft papers and they started having my mother going to other states. where they logged all this stuff into a computer system. So this is the beginning of them putting you into the computer. Because they say, okay, later for these papers, we're going to put them into a computer system where we can't lose this information. So one time, my mother went out of town to take care of some government business. I'm a kid. I'm doing me. I'm still gambling. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I'm at the house. The phone ring. Somebody say, may I speak to Bessie Stewart? I say, who is it? They said, may I speak to Bessie Stewart? I'm thinking, why you want to talk to my daddy wife? You know what I'm saying? I'm standing on my daddy business. Who is this man? It's a white dude, but still, this Randolph wife. So I'm little Randolph. I'm the man of the house right now. Daddy at work, I'm running everything here, but I'm stupid, right? I'm stupid. And so I'm like, who is it? And so he said, may I speak to Beth Stewart? So I said, no, you can't speak to Beth Stewart. Woo, woo, woo. F this and this is blah, 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 blah. You know, get off my phone. Don't be calling me if you can't tell me who you is. Blah, blah, blah. Hang up. And so, like a couple of days later, I'm notified, pick mommy up at the airport. So mama come back to town. I pull up at the airport. She get in the car. We drive it. And her vibe is kind of tripped out. So after we drive about 10, 15 minutes, she say, did somebody call me? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, huh? She said, did somebody call me the other day? My dumb ass, I'm like, yeah, mama, some man called there, talking about, can he speak to you? Ask who it is. He don't want to tell me who it is. She said, boy, that was the federal government. I'm like, oops. Boy, that was the federal government. When somebody called to ask to speak to me, don't you worry about who it is. Tell them I'm not there. And mind your little business, little boy. But I'm 18 or something. I ain't no little boy. What are you talking about? But okay, I'm a little boy because you mommy. I'm always gonna be a little boy. So she was like, little boy, when somebody called me, you tell them I'm not there in that city. You hush your mouth. So she ain't like that, but she did like that because she know her son was standing on business. But I kind of got in trouble for cussing out somebody in the government. So yeah, she didn't say little boy because they didn't say little boy back then. I'm just put that part in there. She probably said boy, or she probably just said, when somebody called me, you call. I don't know what she said exact, but the bottom line was, because I can't tell you word for word what she says. I threw that in there. The bottom line was, when somebody called for me, you ask who it is, and if they don't tell you what it is, you just tell them, I'm not there. And then she let me know that whoever this man was, whatever this government official, he told my mama, I called to talk to you, and your son, he really protect his mama. She said, yeah, they told me you really protect your mama. She said, she said the man liked me because he said, your son don't play about his mama. He cussed me out. So she kind of liked it, and the government kind of liked me because, you know, even though they're in the government, they got wives and mamas and stuff. So the government liked that I was standing on business because they told my mama, your son, he not really nobody to play with, you know what I'm saying? My mama said, they told me you cussed him out, and they said, your son don't play with about his mama. I'm like, nah, they can't be calling here this Randolph house. Randolph run this house, and then you, mama, but you wasn't here. So that means I'm in charge. My sister, little, she a year younger than me. She don't run nothing. She only run it when she at home by herself. When my sister at home by herself, she run the house. But as soon as Big Pharaoh get there, I run all this here. You know what I'm saying? Until daddy get home. You know what I mean? You'll be calling my daddy house, okay? As to speak to my mama. What the hell wrong with you? I was talking back crazy to the feds. She said, boy, that was the federal government. That was Washington, D.C., like the Pentagon or something. You know, she didn't tell me who, but I kind of said, oh, that was the Pentagon. Yeah, that was like the Pentagon or something. Like I said, she was a high-ranking government official. Like for real. So that's when I learned with that and the top secret. That's when I learned, okay, mommy is like work with James Bond, you know. Okay, mommy, you know what I'm saying? But and that generation, it was a bunch of us. So it was my point of this live is there was too many of us to bully, and we put a big damper on racism because we was all about boxing, and then it was too many of us. So this is one reason racism now is nowhere near as bad as it was in the 60s and the 50s. Because my generation of black baby boomers, we put a damper to it, and we also made a lot of friends with a lot of whites. So there's a lot of whites from my generation that ain't racist. There's a lot of white Americans that are not racist because they've had personal experience with blacks, and it's been a good experience. Most racism is coming from whites that have no personal experience with blacks. They grew up in Idaho. They grew up in Iowa. They grew up in Nebraska, somewhere in Oregon. So they haven't had no personal experience with blacks. So they can buy into the racism because blacks to them is like something foreign. They don't know. When I lived in Hawaii, I had experience with a lot of whites that had never been around blacks before. And a lot of them was really hurt when they got around us and found out their daddies and granddaddies lied. And they like, my granddaddy and granddaddy lied. Y'all cool as hell. I said, yeah, they be lying on black people. And so one reason that things are better for y'all is because of my generation. Understand my generation is still here. And understand my generation, we with the smoke. We with all the smoke. So all these fears about being attacked by ICE and all that, that ain't gonna never happen. That ain't gonna never happen. They're not gonna play with us. You young people got a group of blacks that's in y'all leadership that don't play like that. You see, when you're in a situation and your elders is scary, people can run over you. But when you're a young black person and niggas like me as your elders, oh, we straight. Trust me on that. That's why ICE and them is marching their ass around downtown and ain't coming all up in the hood with that bullshit. You ain't seeing them on the south side of Chicago standing on these blocks pushing our sisters and shit around. Show me ICE in the hood. Show me ICE on the west side on a block. Show me ICE on the south side on a block mistreating black people. Don't show me them downtown. Show me them on a block playing. Show me where they'll come down, because, you know, when you're in a big city, it's a grid like this. And this grid is big. I just grew a little piece. So now you ain't coming down in one of these boxes surrounded by us playing like that. You're not coming in the black community in Chicago where you back off in the hood on one of these squares. This whole thing is squares. You're not coming up in one of them squares surrounded by us playing with us. Period. They just selling y'all wolf tickets. Boy, they not coming up in none of these squares in this big ass city like Chicago playing with us. It's not gonna happen. Chicago got 77 neighborhoods. Chicago is huge. These little cities, you could fit three of them. You could fit three of your cities in Chicago. Dude from Boston, you could fit three Bostons in Chicago. You can put a Boston on the south side, a Boston on the north side, and a Boston on the west side. So he just talking. This the rat. This is one of the number one. This is really the number one foundational Black American city in America, because New York is immigrants, because it's on the coast. So it's a lot of foreigners. California is on the coast, and by Mexico, it's a lot of foreigners. But Chicago is the heartland of America. Most people here is Americans. So Chicago is white Americans and Black Americans. Facts. Chicago. Trump don't want no smoke here. It will go bad. The number one Black Panther Party was Fred Hampton and them, not UEP and them. UEP and them was little. The Black Panthers in Chicago was the strongest Black Panther faction in the United States. This is not the city to play with. They just fronting. They just fronting for political reasons, for some Democrat Republican stuff, and to white people don't know nothing. Yeah, we in Chicago trying to make them think they here punking Black people, but they downtown standing around in front of the Apple store and shit. They ain't on a block like that. They ain't where it's no real smoke. Because trust me, these shorties is not scared. My little shorties in Chicago, they don't care nothing about that. Shorting them, wow. If you come in the blocks and you come terrorize the block, I don't care if you're National Guard or whatever, the shorty's going to go in the house. But once they go in the house a couple of days, they're going to get frustrated. And they're going to come out. Can I do an Aboriginal Pan-African show? What you want me to talk about? What you want me to talk about? Because Pan-Africanism is dead in the United States. Pan-Africanism was big in the United States in the 80s. So in the 80s, Pan-Africanism was big. And that's why you had X-Clan and Poor Righteous Teachers and all that. By the time you got to the 90s, Pan-Africanism had died. So Pan-Africanism is nothing in the United States. It never got transformed down to the next generation because the Africans was haters. And Black Americans don't like Africans because Africans don't like us. And so when Africans came here and Black people seen roots and Black people wanted to check for Africa, but then when they started hanging out with, when they started trying to talk to the Africans was stuck up and was assholes. So Black people's like, fuck them Africans. So just to be honest. So foundational Black Americans don't like Africans because Africans don't like us. And we felt like you came from Africa, you supposed to be the big homie, and you a hater. And so when everybody try to put the bond with Africa on us, they bogus. The bond's supposed to come from the Africans. You the one in the big continent. You the one supposed to make the bond. How the lesser, it's 1 billion Africans. It's 1 billion Africans. It's 50 million Black Americans. Who the one supposed to reach out and make the bond? The 50 million supposed to try to bond with the billion? No, the billion's supposed to bond with the 50 million, but the billion ain't bonded. And so Pan-Africanism is nonsense. It's straight trash. So ain't no need me talking about it. Because Pan-Africanism is trash because Africans ain't united. So what I look like talking about Africa like it's united with a bunch of Africans that ain't united. Marcus Garvey didn't know nothing. He didn't have no information. His information was limited. Marcus Garvey didn't have access to information I got. So he wasn't as smart as we are. It wasn't his fault. He was smart for that time, but that stuff, him and Elijah was talking, that stuff is outdated now. We got the internet. We got international information. So Pan-Africanism is trash. Foundational Black Americans, listen, you worry about your home where you at. Rakim told you it's not where you from, it's where you at. And so I don't give a fuck about Pan-Africanism. We here, we got no way to transfer 50 million Black Americans to no goddamn Africa. So ain't no need to think about Africa. Pan-Africans cannot show you no tangible plan to transfer 50 million Black Americans to Africa. They can't even show you where we would go. Like I said, there's video now where Foundation Black Americans is pissed with Burkina when they went over Burkina and they over there getting scammed. Yeah, over there with your hero in Burkina, and they over in Burkina getting scammed. Who won't smoke? Hold on. I ain't gonna just talk, I'm gonna show you. The chick that's always talking all that nonsense. Right? The chick that's always talking all that nonsense, always talking that big time African stuff. And man, Foundational Black Americans over there getting treated like dirt, scammed as usual. If you think I'm lying, watch this. Because I don't believe in going nowhere where I ain't got no military power. I am not going to Africa without no weapons. Go watch this video. African Americans blame Dr. Ari Kana for Burkina Faso citizenship scam. Burkina Faso citizenship scam. Okay? Go watch that. I'm not going over there. That's not the question. I don't even be talking about no Pan-African. I don't believe in Pan-Africanism. Marcus Garvey never went to Africa. And he the king of Pan-Africanism, and he didn't even go. Marcus Garvey didn't even go. Now, I'm on some foundational Black Americans in the United States. Defend yourself, get your gun rights, build your businesses, build your family, have more babies, build your population. You understand? No, man, it don't make no sense for us to go and deal with a bunch of people that don't even like us here. And while we go over there with a bunch of people don't like us. They don't like us. They never showed us no love. And it's too late. We're not interested anymore. Not to mention, we also have roots here in the United States. Yes, I got African blood, but I also got Sioux. I'm Sioux too. I got blood in the soil over here. My great-grandmother on my mother's side is Sioux. This is facts. I'm not interested in Africa at all. None. Because I'm militant and I'm not going nowhere without no guns. That's out the question. To me, a black man that's willing to go to Africa without weapons is a punk. And bye. Get out. To me. To me, if you're a black man and you're willing to go somewhere without weapons, we don't need you over here anyway. You're a punk. What kind of black man gonna take his wife and his family somewhere where he can't even defend his wife? Over there, butt naked in Africa. To me, you're a disgrace. If you want to go somewhere and you can't defend yourself. You understand? Man, listen, I'm from Chicago. My parents from Alabama. I don't know nothing about no Africa. You understand? My blood is in the soil right here. So I don't care nothing about that. Hold on, let me turn this off. Why they change my thing? Man, they changed my thing, but I just can't turn it off. There you go. So now Africa's out the question. If you want to go to Africa, bye. Plus a lot of Pan-Africans, be over here. Listen, Foundational Black Americans, never listen to no Pan-African that's in the United States. Tell them to call you from Africa because I'm 67 years old. And 99.9% of the Pan-Africans I know is still in the United States. 99.9% of the brothers I grew up with talking about Africa is still in Jamaica, still in Trinidad, and still in the United States. All the reggae artists that have been singing about going back to Africa, none of them is in Africa. Many of them passed away in Jamaica. Always on the song, Africa, never went. Never went. You understand? I love Africa and I ride with the Africans, but I'm militant. And a soldier is going to defend the troops where the troops is at. And as Black People International, I call for you to defend your people where they at. If you're in Jamaica, defend Black people in Jamaica. If you're in Trinidad, defend Black people in Trinidad. If you're in the United States, defend Black people in the United States. If you're in Ghana, defend Black people in Ghana. If you're in Ethiopia, defend Black people in Ethiopia. Because people in Ghana cannot defend Ethiopia. So Africa is a fake word because there really is no such place as Africa. Because Africa would include Arab countries that dominate Blacks. So when you speak of Africa as if it's a Black continent, while the whole North Africa is Arab, that's a false scenario. Africa is not even Black. Much of the oil in Libya, in Egypt and stuff, Blacks have no access to. Those countries are not Black. And so don't try to sell me no Africa when Black people in Africa don't control Africa at all. They just there. The Chinese, the British, the Portuguese, America, everybody, Russia, Arabs is there controlling all the wealth. And the Africans is just there. They don't control nothing. So it's ridiculous to ask me to move with some people that don't control their land. Why would I move when they ain't got no control? If I go to Ghana right now, I find a little house, I get it. I tell me and my queen, let's go get a generator. When I go to get the generator, guess who I got to buy it from? Do I get to buy it from Africans? If I go to Africa and I want to buy stuff for my house, stuff for my land, will I be able to get those things from Africans? Yes or no? Put it in the chat. Yes or no? It's a simple question. If I go to Africa, will I be able to buy things from the Africans in Africa? Since we're talking Pan-Africanism. No, when I go to Africa, if I go to Africa, I'm going to have to buy my stuff from them. They control Africa. This is Africa with the Indian flag up, with them looking real nice and living real good. Look like they live in a nice area in Africa. Looks like they live in better. This is Ghana. This is Ghana. That's Ghana. And so, no, I won't last 2 days in Ghana. Because as soon as I go to Africa and see this, I'm a wild out. You know what I'm saying? Oh, no, I'm not going all the way to no black place where I think it's black. And when I see this state chief, come on, bruh. Y'all already know how that's going to go. I'm from Iraq. I'm from Chirac. Y'all already know. See what I'm saying? My life would be in danger over there. I talk too much. Come on, y'all. Where everybody from Chicago at? Can brothers from Chicago, and we go over there and see that? We trying to go to the black land, Ghana. What gonna happen when we go and we see this? How we gonna look at them Africans that got this man everything on the back of his head? Got this man section on the back of his head, right? He got his binauls on the back of his head. You know what I'm saying? Bro, you let that man have sex with your brain. This bring a whole new meaning to getting some head. You know what I'm saying? The Asian getting some head, ain't he? The Asian really getting some head, like for real. The Asian really getting some head, like really some head. Like a real head. He getting some real head. I can't survive over there. Because I'm going to go over there, I'm going to be like, Siri, play Too Short. I was getting some head, getting some head. I can't survive in Africa. I talk too much. Africans will unalive me. Okay? Y'all know. Can I go to Africa? Y'all that been watching me? Will I survive in Africa? I won't survive. They will unalive me in Africa. I talk too much. I won't make it in Africa. I got to be over there and keep my mouth shut. I won't make it. You got to know what you can do and what you can't do. I won't make it in Africa. No. That stuff is Peter Pan African. Look, who's your big Pan African? Dr. Umar. When is he leaving? Marcus Garvey, did he ever make to Africa? No. Dr. Umar, does he live in Africa? No. All the big reggae artists that sung about Africa, do they live there? No. When Bob Marley got sick, where did he go? He went to Germany, and they chemoed him until he was a skeleton. Name me 10 big reggae stars that sang about Africa that moved to Africa. I grew, as a young person, I was a young roster, listen to Africa, you know what I'm saying? Exodus movement of your people, and they still in Jamaica. They never, your people never moved. They just talking. As a matter of fact, Bob Marley had a bunch of babies, and they wasn't by no Africans. And we're going to just leave that right there. Africa, unite. Right? Y'all be getting me in trouble. You know what I'm saying? Y'all be getting me in trouble. Y'all be, see, that's how I get in trouble. I don't be wanting to say this stuff. Y'all be asking me stuff. Y'all be asking me stuff and getting me in trouble. You know what I'm saying? Y'all be asking me stuff and getting me in trouble. Yeah. The Marley family, oh my God. I ain't gonna say nothing, but y'all know what I want to say. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know y'all see the Marley family. Y'all see Ziggy. Y'all see all of them. Y'all know. Y'all seen all of them. Y'all know what it is. You know what I'm saying? Don't get Big Pharaoh in trouble. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know what it is. Bob sung all that black stuff, and look at his son and his son mama. It ain't nobody dark in the picture. You say, why you think Trump and Power USA will never let a black man win and be great? Why nobody can stop you from being great? So I don't understand that. Nobody can't stop you from being great. And the only thing can stop you from being great is what people call God. So that concept, I don't deal with that concept. I don't deal with that concept. This concept I don't deal with because they don't control the weather. And my father could wipe the country out and everybody be going to accept us. So I'm on some whole other level. You understand? Because my source of power can bring floods and hurricanes and can reach out and touch somebody. So I don't look at them as in control. I look at them as somebody that think they in control because they don't respect the higher power. They don't control nothing. That's a false illusion. They don't control shit. They don't control nothing, Driz. They can't do nothing to us. They don't run nothing. They're not God. They're not the reason they breathing. They don't make themselves get up and breathe. It's a higher power the reason they breathing. They don't control nothing. What they control, Driz, is your mind. Their power is their mind. And if they can make you believe they powerful, then that's how they got control. So what, you scared? Because if you scared, go to church. You scared? Let's just get to the facts. Driz, are you scared? I mean, let's just spit it out. You scared they're going to get you? Because why you don't speak for yourself and say you scared? Why are you trying to say we scared? Why don't you just say you scared? Why are you trying to get us to say we scared? Why don't you say he dominates you and your wife and your family? A lot of you brothers, you never want to stand on what you say. You want to put the race on it. Stand on it. Tell me he dominates you. If you do something, he will unalive you and he will hurt you and your children and your family. Say that part. Why you got to say MLK and Malcolm X? What about you? Are you scared? Will he do you dirty? Stand on it. Just say you scared. Why is you beating around the bush? Just say you scared. And if you stand up, you scared he gonna do you like he did MLK. Just say that. Why you gotta use MLK? Let's talk about you. Are you scared he gonna come get you? Because a lot of you brothers want to push fear on everybody else, but you won't stand on it. But to me, when you push fear, that means you scared. That means you meow, you know? To me, I hear something different than what you're saying. Now, on some revolutionary stuff, if you was around us talking like that, if you was around me talking like that, like there would be consequences for that mentality if you was saying that to the troops. So all that stuff you saying around me to the troops, all that fear mongering, you know, that would be a problem. Because you sound scary. And he's like, you want us to be scared. But you ain't never stand on the fact you scared. Stand on the fact that you scared. Just say, I'm scared. Just say, I'm scared that they'll hurt me. Because you said anyone, which includes you, which includes your son, which includes your family, which includes your mother and father. So anybody, including your family, just say that. Just say you scared they'll do something to you and your family. Just say that. Because, if you're scared, go to church. We don't do fear. We don't do scared over here. You understand? We don't do that. We don't do what you do. I don't push what you push over here. And no, Malcolm's own people got rid of him. So you also don't know what you're talking about. And Bob Marley committed suicide because he went over there to the germ man to get rid of a germ. And Bob Marley killed himself. Nobody told him to go over there to Germany, let that man zap him like that. Bob Marley went over there. Listen, Bob Marley went to Germany to get healed. But the Rasta man teach herbs and heal herb naturally, right? Ain't no Rasta man would have went to Germany and got zapped. Bob Marley hurt his foot, and instead of going to the hills and getting taken care of it, he wrapped it up and went on tour. and let the cancer go out through his body. When he lived where he could have got soursop and stuff like that, it took care of itself. He was chasing the bag. He was trying to keep his responsibility to the record label. And he cut that toe off, which Rasta don't do. And he let them people talk him into cutting his toe off to go on tour, to make them money. And that's why Bob Marley was not here. So you got to know the fact. No, Bob Marley went and cut his toe off. Drea, stop talking about something you don't know, because you don't know none of this information. Bob Marley cut his toe off himself and put on some earth shoes and went on tour to make money. Stop coming in my chat, giving my audience bad information. Don't y'all listen to Driz. He's talking with no information. They did not make him cut his toe off. He cut his toe off and went on tour with 9 toes. So, bro, stop coming over here and when you don't know what you're talking about, and really stop talking on top of me. Driz, this is the last time I'm going to tell you. Let me do the teaching over here. Don't come over here. Go get you a channel, Driz, and teach on your own channel. Don't come over here teaching my people false information. Don't y'all listen to him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He knows nothing about Bob Marley, and he knows nothing about that situation. Bob Marley cut his toe off himself to go on tour. That's a fact. And it set up worse infection. Because instead of him treating it, he was out there, I want to love you, instead of treating his toe and saving his foot. He cut his toe off for money. That's what he did. These are facts. I had the ticket to go see Bob and Stevie Wonder. Then Bob canceled because he was sick, and then they rescheduled it. No, it was it was just Bob Marley. I had the ticket to go see Bob Marley. Yeah, it was Bob Marley and Stevie Wonder. Then he canceled. No, I think it was just Bob Marley. I don't think Stevie Wonder was on the first one. Then he canceled. Then they rescheduled it for Bob Marley and Stevie Wonder. I turned my Bob Marley ticket in and got the Bob Marley and Stevie Wonder ticket. Then right before Bob came, he passed away, and they added Gil Scott-Heron to the show. And that's when I went to see Stevie Wonder and Gil Scott-Heron. And that's when I bumped into Gil Scott-Heron in the bathroom, and he was a junkie. And that's when I stopped liking Gil Scott-Heron, because I grew up listening to Gil Scott-Heron as a shorty, listening to revolutionary stuff. And after Gil Scott-Heron performed, Stevie Wonder was going to be next. So I told the person I with, let me run to the restroom. When I went in the restroom, somebody come out the stall. It's Gil Scott. He all skinny. Hey, brother. I was like, you know what it's like for a young revolutionary when you see like an older revolutionary you've been listening to and find out he a buster and a loser? That's why I'm Big Pharaoh. This ain't just no talk. I stepped on great ones. I seen Gil Scott wasn't nothing. Was just a junkie. That man come out the stall to me. Hey, brother. Man, I cannot explain to you. I can't explain to you what that was like for a young revolutionary. And I'm just looking at him. You know what I'm saying? Everything he said on the records, I got the records. Everything he said on the records now to me is trash. You know what I'm saying? Winter in America. Then you start listening to records, you can hear he high. So now when I go back to this, I say, oh, he was high then. Yeah. I say, oh, this man a two-bit junkie talking black stuff. Man, you know what that was like? And this how you lose your stripes as a soldier. Keep it a billion. I be giving y'all real information. I don't be giving y'all no fake stuff. I'm really him. But I ain't trying to be him because right now, you know, you don't want the Babylon system to see you. So I'm low profile. But I'm the man. On my soul. What y'all think this young Pharaoh thought when he seen Gil Scott in the bathroom a junkie? Look at me. Look how I was, look at my vibe, look at my posture. So now when I seen him, what you think I was thinking? Because you see, I was a young militant. You see what I got on. You see the Pharaoh buckle. You see the Africa on my neck. You see the as it is below, so it is above. You see the Haile Selassie pins. You see the revolutionary. You see the dreadlocks. This is in the 80s. Named legally Pharaoh El-Aton. Then changed my slave name and all of that. So I'm really him. As a baby, I'm a baby. I don't have a slave name. I'm plant-based. I'm a revolutionary in this picture. My mom and everybody looking at me crazy. What is that on your head? Nobody know what dreadlocks is here. I'm the king of this. You understand? If you look at this picture, Black Americans did not know what dreadlocks was. And I had to walk around Chicago and LA and stuff with dreadlocks. And I was at the front line of dreadlocks. I'm the king of dreadlocks in America. That's a fact. I'm the king of that. If I didn't get stabbed, my dreads would be dragging the ground. I would have to wrap them up. Because when I lost all that blood, my dreads got thin and they got back fat. But you know, we don't care nothing about looks. We ain't no style. So I just yanked them all off. I don't care about how long my hair is. We don't grow dreads. We leave ourselves alone and the dreads grow on their own. We don't grow dreads. You don't grow dreads. You don't grow dreads. You just don't comb it. You just don't comb your hair and the dreads grow on their own. I don't grow no dreads. Dreads grow by themselves. All of y'all would have dreadlocks if you left yourself alone. So you don't grow dreads. You just leave yourself alone and live natural. You understand? Dick Gregory was one of my teachers that never let me down, though. At this age, Dick Gregory had a lot to do with me being that because Dick Gregory was one of the people that made me be eating right in this picture. You understand? You understand? So Dick Gregory is one of my teachers. Dick Gregory kind of built me. And Dick Gregory, one of the ones never let me down. See, this is when I was studying Dick Gregory. So Dick Gregory, the one put me on eating right and stuff. I worked at a book factory and we printed his book. But how I got into Dick Gregory is I worked at a book factory. I worked a night shift. And when I would get off of work in the morning, my boy went to Circle Campus. He was in college. So, you know, like when you work at night and you get off in the morning, 7:30 in the morning is like 5 in the evening, right? Because if you work from 9 to 5, you get off at 5. So if you work the night shift from 11:30 to 7:30, 7:30 is 5 in the evening. And you got to stay up till 2 o'clock. And then 2 o'clock is night. And then you go to sleep at 2 o'clock and you wake up in the morning, and the morning is 10:30. You see what I'm saying? So I would go to Circle Campus, and I'm at Circle Campus, and my brethren I went to school with that later, you was on the same thing I was on. My brethren Kepler, he ended up going across the country with me to Hawaii and all of that, right? So Kepler was going to school. He didn't have dreadlocks yet. And he was going to Circle Campus. I went up to Circle Campus. He's like, Dick Gregory going to be up here. And we all knew Dick Gregory because of our parents, because Dick Gregory used to be on like Ed Sullivan and stuff like that. Right? So I would go up to Circle Campus with my brethren, Kepler the one with the gray camouflage on. This is us in Hawaii. Kepler ended up going with me to LA and Hawaii. Then the brother in the middle lived across the street from Kepler. So one day when Kepler came to visit his parents in Chicago, Andre in the middle said, I want to come. So Andre came out there with us. And we was going to start our own band. But this brother on the right with the gray camouflage on, me and him, we met in 8th grade and 7th grade. And so once we got out of high school, we was going to parties, driving Cadillacs, dressed up, and then I stopped wearing tailor-made clothes and all that, and I started dreading up, and I started wearing army fatigues and stuff, and after so long, he did what I did. And then we went to LA, to Hawaii, then we were supposed to go to India, China, and Africa. You understand what I'm saying? So this the brother with the gray, he went to Circle Campus. When I used to get off work, I would go up to Circle Campus and we went to see Dick Gregory. And then Dick Gregory started saying stuff that started sticking in my head. Because Dick Gregory had Dick Gregory is heavy on the knowledge. So Dick Gregory started saying stuff that I was like, whoa. On top of that, I worked at a book factory and we printed Dick Gregory's book. So I had already knew his book from working at the book factory. Right? So I had already knew his book. I had already knew him from being young because, you know, our family watched Dick Gregory. You see what I'm saying? And so I went to watch Dick Gregory. He started saying stuff that I was like, man, that make a lot of sense. He was saying stuff like, when your granddaddy rolled his cigarette and put it down and go out. He said, but why these cigarettes you got now don't go out? He said, they got all kind of chemicals on it. And I used to go to Alabama every year with my granddaddy right outside of Uniontown, Alabama. And sure enough, when my granddaddy would light his cigarette, if he put it down, rolled his cigarette and light, he put it down, used to go out. So I knew he wasn't lying. And then that's when I bumped into my teacher, Peter. And then that's when the knowledge, everything started to come together. And then I just kept going to see Dick Gregory. You know what I'm saying? I kept going to see Dick Gregory because I worked at the book factory and we had printed his book. This book right here, I made that on my machine. The machine I worked on printed this book. So it was kind of like, you know, the Most High guides you. You feel me? So Dick Gregory was like one of my teachers, you know. When I told you about Dick Gregory, talk about when you roll your cigarette and go out, that made me think of a story I'm going to tell y'all. So I was a little boy, and I think I started smoking weed, well, I know after 6th grade. So we used to go down south every year, and we would go to Uniontown, right outside of Uniontown, see my granddaddy on the farm in the country. Then we would go to Birmingham, see my mother's side of the family again, because my grandfather was on my mother's side. And then we would go see the rest of my mother's family. Then we would go to Decatur to see my father's family. So I show you how kids is dumb. So I was already smoking reefer, they called it back then. So I'm out here with my granddaddy, and my granddaddy on the porch, and he got his papers, and he rolled up his cigarette. Kids talk too much. So I'm like, Granddaddy, I could roll it. So he said, boy, you can't roll this. I said, yes, I can. Telling on my dumb ass self. So my granddaddy gave me the tobacco and the rolling papers. I took the rolling papers, and I'm like in the 6th or 7th grade. I take the rolling papers, put it together. I put the tobacco in there and rolled it, but I didn't realize what I did till it got finished being rolled. My granddaddy, the way they rolled it, they kind of folded so it'd be all the way across. I rolled it like a doobie, like a joint. And so when I finished rolling it, that's when the Most High came to me and said, Pharaoh, you dumb as hell. You telling on yourself. So I rolled it. It didn't look like granddaddy's. It looked like something from Chicago. So my granddaddy, I gave it to him. He probably knew too. He looked at me. He said, boy, where you learn how to do this? And I'm thinking, I'm as stupid. Like, I just told on my stupid self. But, I'm trying to impress my granddaddy. Granddaddy, I could roll. Boy. I never forget that. Granddaddy, I could roll, but mine didn't look right. And I was so happy. My mama didn't come out to see that because, my mom and them from Alabama. My mom and daddy from Alabama. So when my mom and daddy come to Chicago and get a house on the south side, my mom and daddy is country people. But I'm city. I'm first generation city, right? So my mom and daddy is slow because my mom and daddy don't know what I know, right? So because my mom and daddy is from the country and we live in Chicago in a nice house on the south side, my mama and daddy is just letting us go outside and we just outside playing. So they from the country. So they don't know in the 5th grade we drinking vodka and orange juice. They don't know we smoking weed. They don't know because they from the country and we first generation city. So we more advanced than my parents could ever know. They don't know what's going on outside. My mommy don't know her son out there shooting dice. Mommy don't know her son smoking reefer. Mommy don't know none of that. So they got no idea what I'm doing. I'm coming home. Mommy, can I get the natural? What's the natural? And that was the Afro. It's first called the natural. I told her what it is. She said, nah, you ain't going to call me. But I kept begging and begging, and she let me get the natural. But all this stuff we bring it to our parents, they don't know nothing. You know what I'm saying? She don't know nothing I'm doing because she from the country and I'm born in Chicago. I'm like first generation Chicago. Born. As a matter of fact, those of us that was born in Chicago was more advanced than the older boys that moved to Chicago. So if your parents moved to Chicago when you were 6, 7, and 8, you wasn't as advanced as those of us born. So boys that was older than me was behind me. Seriously, because they have to adapt. And I'm a spaceman. I'm born on another planet. They flew to another planet. If you look at Chicago as a planet. So they from one planet to another planet, they got to adjust. But I'm born in Chicago, so I'm just that. So when I'm in like the 7th, 8th grade, I'm selling, and I'm in the 8th grade, I'm selling herb to juniors and seniors and sophomores. You know, older boys is pulling up to me, meet me around the corner. I can't let my mama see me with you, because their mama going, what you doing with little Michael? You know what I'm saying? They gonna want to know. Their parents gonna want to know, why is you with that little boy? Like, why is you with him? But I'm the one, I'm getting money. I'm selling to them. I'm outdressing them. On the side note, so when I go to high school and I'm a freshman, I'm more advanced than the sophomores and stuff. The only people that could relate to me was some juniors and the seniors, because I'm dressing like the seniors. The sophomores and juniors is nerds, but I'm a G already. And so the seniors was the ones that grabbed me and locked me in when I was a baby in high school. It was the seniors like, hey, come here. Where you get your maids at? I got on tailor-made suits and Stacey Adams and stuff. And the only ones got that on is the seniors. You know what I'm saying? So the seniors is like, hey, you, come here. And me, I'm advanced. I'm like, what up? And they're like, who made your clothes? I'm like, Edie's on Rosa. They're like, oh, Edie, you go to Rabs? You go there? Because they got on the same thing I got on. Mine look better than theirs, really. And so they like, oh, okay, check this, what the hell? So the senior's looking at me, and I'm on some, I'm like a baby gangster. I'm a freshman. I'm like, don't worry about where I got my clothes on. I pull my dice out. What these dice do? So the senior's looking at me. Little nigga, take your ass to class. Because I'm like, man, don't worry about where my clothes at. Let's go in the bathroom. Let me take your money, though. And the senior's like, little boy, go your ass to class. You know what I'm saying? So by the time I got into black stuff, I was already advanced. Everything I'm telling you is real. So when I went into black consciousness, I was still spaceman. I was still ahead. You know what I'm saying? I was always naturally ahead. It wasn't nothing I did. So you can't really take credit for that, because you don't really make yourself like that. So as most people would look at it as bragging, it's really not bragging, because I'm not responsible for me, right? So your life you end up with, you're not really responsible for it. It's other things that build you. It's not like you did it, because you don't even know what you're doing. I don't even know what I'm doing. You understand what I'm saying? I don't know what I'm doing. So I really can't take no credit like that for that. You know, you can't take no credit because you ain't got nothing to do with it. You know what I'm saying? Because as a shorty, I was fast. This my high school girlfriend. See, I went and got us some tailor-made clothes. I ain't nothing but, I'm probably a senior. That's tailor-made right there. That's a tailor-made suit. And I went and got her first one. You understand? When I went to prom, I was the only one that had my own suit on. Everybody else had on tuxedos. I had on a tailor-made suit. And boy, this was my sister's friend. And I talked her into going to prom with me, but she didn't really like me. But she went to the prom, but I couldn't get her to be my girlfriend for nothing. Boy, she was so pretty to me. Oh my God. I thought she was the most beautiful thing I ever seen. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. She wasn't going nowhere. She wasn't going, but it's a Lutheran school, so all the white kids, is that your own suit? I'm like, yeah. Yeah, yeah, y'all some cornballs. So all of that being advanced, the advancement went into consciousness. I took all them suits and stuff off and went revolutionary early. This picture right here, I'm probably 21. It's probably 1979. This is probably 1979 right here. Because my dreads look like they're about a year old. And I started my dreads in 1978 when I was 20. So I'm like 21 in this picture. I'm a baby, basically. And it was a whole bunch of us because we was the boomers. So for those that came late, the point of this conversation is it was too many of us for racism to dominate us. You need to know your black history and know that when the baby boomers was born in 1958 was the boom of the boom. Now let me explain why 1958 was the king of the boomers. Because the baby boom was these black Americans having, and whites too, but for the black Americans, they was having all these different babies. They was having babies. So this one got 3 babies, this one got 5 babies, this one got 2 babies, right? This one got 1 baby. The reason my group was the most dominant is because out of all these different babies, every family had a 1958 baby. So we outnumbered all the other groups. So in every black family, the oldest might be born in 1958. The one in the middle might be born in 1958. The youngest one might be born in 1958. If they got 5, the second youngest one might be born in 58. So the reason my year was the most dominant is because everybody had a 1958 baby. And these is facts. These is absolute facts. And so all my friends had big brothers, little brothers, and sisters and stuff. But we was the biggest number. 1958 is the king of black people. 1958. Because my sister born 1959. But the 1958s, it was a billion 1958s. And they used to have 6th grade graduation. So 6th grade graduation was the big graduation back then. So when you graduated from 6th grade, that was equal to graduate from high school now. Because you went to 6th grade, then you graduate, then you went to junior high school. 7th and 8th grade was called junior high school, and then you went to high school. High school graduation was equivalent to college, graduating from college. Graduating from the 6th grade was equivalent to graduating from high school today. And so when we, here in Chicago, when we graduated from 6th grade, the whole city was ours. You used to get these ribbons, and all your friends would sign your ribbons. And they had all the big clubs where the adults went, all had 6th grade graduation parties. The High Chaparral, the dating game, you name it. All of the lounges had kiddie parties. And that Saturday and that Sunday, all of the 6th grades would go downtown Chicago. So imagine going downtown Chicago and the whole downtown is black sixth graders. I'm going to show you the level of maturity. I lived on 116th in Aberdeen. I got together with some of my friends and they little girlfriends. So it's like 6 or 8 of us. We get on the bus. We take the bus to the other bus. We take that bus to the train. We take the train downtown Chicago. We go to the movies. We go walk around and stuff. About 9 o'clock, 8 or 9 o'clock, we take the train from downtown back to the bus and back to Maple Park in sixth grade. That's unheard of now, that sixth graders is going by themselves, by the thousands downtown. No fights, no arguments, nothing. Just young black children graduating the sixth grade downtown like grown people. Anybody will tell you, no fights. It was like grown people because the way we was raised was real strict. We wasn't raised like this new generation. The way my generation was raised, by the time you got in the 5th and 6th grade, you was moving like an adult. And we was the boomers. The gangs was older than us. So because we was raised so right, the gangs died out. Anybody in Chicago could tell you from 1972 to 1976, the gangs got weak. Why? Because we outnumbered the gangs, so they couldn't recruit us, and they was dumber than we was. We was the boomers, so we was highly intelligent. You see what I'm saying? So if you know the gang situation in Chicago, it was a problem in the early 70s. By the time you get to 72 and we too old to recruit, the gangs died out. And if you're in Chicago, you know I ain't lying. And when we graduated in 1976 and they had a new group, then the gangs started growing again, 79, 80, 81, 82. That's when people started talking about GD and all that. That's when the fort was popping with Jeff Ford and all them. Was after my generation, the gangs surged back up. And my generation, the gangs had to cool off because we could beat them up. It was too many of us. How is 8 gangbangers going to jump 29 kids? You know what I'm saying? They was outnumbered. We would have beat their ass. Any gang member in Chicago will tell you. They did not mess with my generation because there was too many of us. We was the original Rat Pack. This is a fact. We was the original Rat Pack. They did not play with us. To prove it, I'm going to tell you another story. At high schools, they had what they call freshman initiation, where the seniors would beat up the freshmen and stuff like that. When my generation became freshmen, freshman initiation ended because there's 10 seniors and there's 50 of us. And I went to Luther South and they tried to have senior. Listen, we were so crazy that when the seniors said, yeah, freshman initiation, instead of being like most freshmen, we was like, yeah, senior initiation. So we would do stuff like if it's 8 stalls, we would go in the bathroom and 2 men would stand on each toilet. It's 8 of us. And when 2 seniors would come to the bathroom, 8 of us would jump out, roll on them, because we wouldn't hurt each other. It's just, initiation. We would roll on the seniors and leave. So the seniors canceled freshman initiation because we was too many of us. And anybody went to school with me tell you there was no more freshman initiation because we didn't initiate my sister and them. We didn't do that. We didn't bully the young people. We killed freshman initiation. Anybody tell you that? We never did that. But we whooped the seniors. I tell you something else too. They used to have intramural basketball. And in intramural basketball at my high school, the freshmen would play the juniors and the sophomore would play the seniors. Whoever won between the freshmen and the juniors and the sophomore and the seniors would play each other. And then the winners would play the teachers. When I was a freshman, we beat the juniors. The seniors beat the sophomores. We beat the seniors. And we beat the teachers. The freshmen. We beat the juniors. We beat the seniors. And we whooped the teachers. And the next generation of baby boomers, they was bigger than us. That's when you start getting to all these big old basketball players. Because after my generation in 1972, black men started getting bigger and bigger and bigger. That's how you got all them 7-footers in the NBA, because there used to not be no 7-footers. Bill Russell was only 10 feet. The only 7-footer was Wilt, and then they got Kareem. They was the only two. Then they started having Ralph Sampson and all that. You understand? There was no lot of 7-footers, but the ones younger than me, they got big. They got bigger. So these black young men started getting bigger in the freshmen in 1973. The ones born in 1959, 60, 61, 62, they was huge. They was bigger than us born in 1950. This is Black history. The black youth born in 59, 60, 61, 62, they was big. They was bigger than us. They was huge. They changed sports. They was huge. When I was a junior, a lot of freshmen and sophomores was way taller than me. We like, damn. This is Black history. And if you go look at the NBA, you'll be like, he ain't lying. Go look at the NBA and do the math and tell me when they start getting bigger. When you start having all them Hakeem Olajuwons, Ralph Sampsons and all that, that was that group. Now 7 feet ain't nothing. You got dudes out there 7'6". But back when I was little, if your ass was 6'10", you was shoot. You was Olajuwon. If you was 6'10", when I was growing up, you was tall. That sounds crazy, don't it? If you would, LeBron would have been playing small forward. Oh my soul. Was LeBron 6'8"? He would be a small forward. On some teams, he would be a power forward. Because back in those days, it went the tallest is a center, the next tallest is a power forward, the next tallest is a small forward, and then the guard. So if your tallest was 6'10", that's your center. The next person, if the next height is 6'8", he the power forward. 6'7" is the small, that's how it used to be. That's why Willis Reed in there was only 6'10". Nowadays, Willis Reed would have been a power forward. He wouldn't have been no damn center at no 6'10". This is history to show you foundational Black Americans got bigger and bigger when they migrated to the North and started making all that money and was eating even better because they were starving us in slavery, okay? Feeding us slop. But as soon as we got money, where we could buy all the collard greens and mustard greens and sweet potatoes that we want, we got big as hell. That's because we had money. Because foundational Black Americans had money. From like 60, from during the 60s and the 70s. They had money. Because middle class was like baby rich. These are our facts. Middle class was like baby rich. So we lived in this house. This house cost my daddy $250 a month. 3-bedroom house with a basement. 3 bedrooms upstairs and a basement. $250 a month mortgage. That is unheard of. And he used to say all the time before he passed away, when I first was going live, that's where I was at. So when you watch my old lives, that I was sitting on the couch, this is where I was at, taking care of my daddy. He was right upstairs where them 2 windows is, and I was down there where the living room window. And I had to do lives. I had to sit under him because if he get up, he might fall. So I had to be able to hear him, his feet moving. These is I'm giving you real history. And when me and my girlfriend, when we got out of high school, we had an apartment for $225 a month, a 2-bedroom apartment. Think about that. And I worked for Exchange Place, a stock exchange, and she worked for Payne Weber. Straight out of high school, we worked in the stock market on the South Street. Life was way better for young people. You didn't have to go to college or nothing. You didn't have to go to college or nothing. They teach you right on the job. Think about being this young and working for Payne Weber and for a stock exchange. I'm wearing ties, shirts and ties. I ain't number 19, 20 years old. She was younger than me. She was number 17. But she graduated early. She was smart. And she was working for Payne Weber. 17 years old. Working for in the stock, working on LaSalle for the stock market. I worked for Exchange Place where you buy your stocks at, and I worked in the vault. And we the ones stamped your stocks. So if you wanted, 10 stocks of 100 shares, I would pull the 100 and stamp them. If you wanted 10 stocks of 50 shares, making good money as a baby, got our own apartment, wall-to-wall carpet, everything. Got our own car. Super grown. 18, 19 years old. Grown. Grown. No college. On-the-job training. No college. On-the-job training. These are facts. No college. They talk about bringing that back. You would go to the job. There's a position like when I worked for the Treasury Department after that. Right after this, I worked for the U.S. Treasury Department. And what it is, I came to the Treasury Department. They got a lady, I'm a correspondence reviewer. They finna move her up. So somebody finna retire. The correspondence reviewer in my position finna get that job. The person gonna retire in 2 weeks, so they hire me. So now they hire me 2 weeks before this person retire. Now the person that do my job, they last 2 weeks doing my job, they train me. Once I learn the job, they give me a week. After a week, I know it. Then 1 more week, and then the person retire, and they move the person to train me to another position. And now this is my job. Because they did on-the-job training. When I worked for W. Printing Company, you come, they have somebody train you how to do whatever your job is, and you got the job. None of this go to college nonsense. They got your babies going to college to get a job that you could train for. College should not be for these jobs. College should only be for medical, dental. Then you need to have to go to get training to be a mechanic or electrician or a plumber. You need to go to specific trade schools for that. But the basic jobs that they got y'all getting, even the system is admitting you should not be going to college to know that job, because no matter what you do at college, you're still not going to be able to do the job. They still got to train you how to do the job, because if this place do stocks and this place do stocks, or this place is some type of business and this one, they don't do things the same way. Every company got their own way they do stuff. So you still got to learn how they do it. College is not going to show you their process of what they do. You still got to learn how this company do what they hired you to do. What the hell you went to college for? College does not help you do the job. You still got to learn how that company does it. Now you got this big college debt. For what? To learn how to do something they could have taught you right there at the job that they got to still teach you anyway. And you don't use none of your college skills for that. I didn't need no college skills to work at the stock market, for a stock exchange. I didn't need to go to college for that. And the boss's position, you don't need to go to college from that. Because when you work at the company and I'm working at the vault and they move me up, they're going to put me over here. Then they move me up, they're going to put me over there. And by the time a boss position go, I know all the aspects at the company anyway. This is a fact. When you work these different positions at these companies, you're qualified to be the boss. You know how the whole operation works. Because you started out stamping stocks, then you end up doing this, then you end up doing that, then you end up doing that, and now you know everything it takes to be a supervisor or a boss. Because all you need to do to be a supervisor boss is know what everybody else is doing. In the process of learning what everybody else is doing, you also learning about the businesses you're doing business with. So you know about American Home Products. You know about Exxon. You know because you got their stocks. So when you take these different positions, you could be a boss. You could be a supervisor. You could be an underboss easily. What did you go into college for? The job is college. This is a fact. Unless it's something like medical or electrician, because you don't want to blow up the place, electrocute somebody. So you really got to get training for those jobs. Carpentry, you can't just nail stuff together. You have to know how to fortify a building. Those things, yes. Crane operator, yes, you need training. Bulldozer operator, yes, you need training. But all these other jobs downtown, man, you don't need no training for none of them office jobs. For what? The only thing I needed to know was typing. And my mother forced me to take typing. I didn't want to take it. But my mother was a black woman in the system. So my mother was smart. So when I went to typing, I was one of the few men in the typing class. I didn't like it. But by the time I got high school, I could type 50 words a minute with no error. And sure enough, my mother knew what she was talking about. Because every job I went to apply for, one of the main things they want to know, can you type? And how many words you could type a minute? And that was a blessing because I'm one of the only men that could type. So I would get the job. So I would go to work and tailor-made clothes and stuff. And I'm going to work in a sea of fine black women. You don't know what that's like. So I'm going to work and it's all black women. But that's when I was at the stock exchange. I started growing dreadlocks at the stock exchange. So by the time I left, when I started growing dreads, the girls didn't like me no more. They was like, ooh. You know what I'm saying? I took when I had the tailor-mades on and stuff, they was all switching, constantly coming to the vault, dropping stuff. But when I started growing dreadlocks, they was all like, don't you dare talk to me. Real talk. So by the time I got to the Treasury Department, all the ladies was like, don't talk to me. So when I got to the Treasury Department, every day I would keep my head down, just do my job because I got dreadlocks and they don't like me. What is that? You know, nobody know what dreadlocks is. This is 1981. 1980, 1981. They don't know what that is. They looking at me like I'm crazy. What is that in your head? Because I went straight from a Jerry curl to dreadlock. So every day I would go to work and I wouldn't pay no attention to none of the women. They don't like me anyway. So I would just keep my head down. I'm teaching young brothers game. So every day I go to work, I'm just doing my work. I'm just doing my work. Black women walking around. They don't like me because my hair nappy. I'm just walking around. After a while, they begin to start tripping because even though they don't like me, I'm one of the few black men. They wondering why I ain't looking at them. Showing you some psychology. So they don't like me. I got this nappy hair. But now I'm not looking up. So they get to switching. They get to dropping stuff in front of my desk with real tight pants on and skirts. Right? Now they don't like me. But they still women. So they trying to get my attention. And the fact I ain't paying them no attention, that represents strength. So now they feel like I'm the man because I'm not paying them no attention. If you chase a puppy, it's going to run. But if you sit down, the puppy will come to you. So now you would not believe what they was doing to get my attention with this nappy hair. So they started going so far that one sister came with like a dark, sheiky-like shirt and had went and got an afro in her head, right? So she walked past my desk, and it was like how they say, when what's the commercial? When somebody talk, everybody listen, what's the commercial? Listen, when she came with that afro and that dark, sheiky-like outfit and walked past my desk, I looked up and said, I like your hair. And you could hear a pin drop. Because it's the first thing I just said in months. I ain't said nothing to no woman. Hey, once I said that, I was like King Solomon. Boy, they was coming with braids, afro, African clothes on. I was the man. And it was like E.F. Hutton. Once I said to one woman, I like your hair. Oh, shit. The world was mad. Next thing you know, I'm going to lunch. It's 5 women with me going to lunch. Dudes looking at me like, what is they doing with him with that nappy hair? 5 women, 3 women going with me to lunch. You understand? When nobody had dreads, that's why I'm the king of that. This me right here. This the one, him right there. They follow me down the street with the nappy hair. Dudes hating, you know what I'm saying? But I'm still gambling, so I'm like trying to be conscious, but I'm a gangster. So that wasn't working out for the haters. That's why I don't try to judge no book by its cover, because dudes was trying to hate on me, and I had to let them know that they suit is trash. If you're gonna wear a suit, let it be tailor-made like how my stuff used to be. Like you really not that. You know what I'm saying? Because this is show you haters. I had haters didn't like me because I was like this. But when I was like this, they couldn't match me. You was less than me when I was like that. You ain't no player. And I'm trying to be black conscious, but I'm still on dummy. You're going to let my hair get you hurt. Not only am I a gangster, but now I'm a revolutionary gangster. Stop playing. Stop playing. So I had dudes trying to talk crazy to me that was busters. But I've been driving a Cadillac since I was 14. You a buster. And you see me like this, you trying to disrespect me. First, I'll at you. And then second, where you get that suit off the rack? I ain't had no suit off the rack. All my stuff was custom made. So dudes with suits off the rack was disrespecting me because I look like this. But the way they was looking wasn't even player. Like you ain't even no player. And you bogus. You try to disrespect a pro black brother and you trying to bully somebody and you trying to bully the wrong one. Because what the hell you think I got dreads for? Because I'm a monster. Fool. Why you think I'm walking around Chicago with dreadlocks? It ain't because I'm no punk. It's because I'm really that. Like, I'm a problem. Like, bruh, I'm a problem. You was playing with the wrong one. I'm out here trying to whoop a KKK. Little boy, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I was like, you buying your suits out the rack. You know what I'm saying? And you trying to diss me. And I used to tell them, when I was like you, I wasn't doing it weak like you. What is that? Where you get them shoes at? That's how I was talking to people. That's how this Pharaoh was talking to brothers that was trying to check me. That's how I was talking to them. I was looking at you. You need to fix that. Like you're not that. Because here's another thing. Brothers that was really, really fly on this level never said nothing to this dude. Only busters had something to say. Real gangsters or real suave dudes, they would never say nothing to you. They would never try to disrespect you. They wouldn't try to play you. Only busters would do that. Real gangsters, real dudes that could really fight, real dangerous dudes, never would disrespect me. They would always show love. What's up, man? Hey, man, how you get your hair like that, brother? Like that. Only busters would do buster stuff. Only busters. I always knew you was a buster when you tried to diss me. And I knew you was slow because there's some big old pockets on this coat. And what you think is in these pockets? Listen, you do understand I'm Idi Amin. You know what I'm saying? Do you understand who you talk to? Boy, I'm Fred Hampton. Boy, you crazy? Can you see? You know what I'm saying? Like, can you see? Do this look like, bruh? I'm just saying. I'm giving y'all real knowledge. And when I came back, you know what I'm saying? When I came back after I got stabbed, it was still brothers trying to do that, but I wasn't this dude no more. So now you in the store talking crazy to this dude, which used to go real bad. That's what my book is about. It's about going from this dude to this dude. And so now this dude in the mall or something with dreadlocks, and you try to be funny, talk about Shaba, you know that gonna go real bad. Because this is a gangster right here. This ain't no revolutionary. What? You know what I'm saying? This used to go real bad. I can't even tell you how some of them incidents go. You're going to have to buy the book. Some of that went real bad for dudes. You Bro, you don't see all these diamonds in my ear and you don't see all this gold on me and you don't see me, bro. You don't see me. You don't what is you don't see who you talking about? Bro, I'm dangerous. You know what I'm saying? And you still go back. Shout out to Bad. This is me in the studio with Bad that wrote Hail Mary, that did the music Hail Mary and all that. He sold me a couple tracks. I'm gonna be rapping on them Bad tracks. Yeah, this Bad. Shout out to Bad. He from St. Louis, a good brother. Told me a lot of death row stories and stuff. One day I should just do some lives and tell stories that people told me. So Bad told me everything about what happened in death row. Very great producer. And he started out as a singer. He could sing. They had a singing group. And the singing group didn't stand on business. So Suge got mad at the singing group over something and, took him in that back room and everything. And then when he came out, Bad was there and he ramped up on Bad. And then Bad was like, Suge was like, you make beats? He was like, yeah. And Suge gave him a whole room and said, go in here and make beats. And Bad said he was being there every day making beats. And he said Snoop and Daz and all of them, everybody at Death Row would walk past and nobody would say nothing to him. And he said one day he was in there, he saw that everybody at Death Row, Tupac was the one that came in there and said, what you doing, man? Let me listen to some beats. And this who produced Hail Mary. He said Tupac was the realest alive. He said none of the brothers reached out to me but Pop. He said I was in that room working for weeks and months, and nobody took 5 seconds to come in and try to see what I was doing or support me or nothing. And he said one day Tupac came in there. Tupac said, let me hear some stuff. And Tupac jumped dead on his stuff. That's why he said he loved Tupac. He told me personally, he said Tupac was the realest black man alive. That's what he told me. He said Tupac was really that. He said nobody, and he said Suge was good because Suge gave him a whole room and said just go make beats. Gave him whatever he needed to make beats. Suge, he said Suge looked out for me and say, okay, since you won't sing, you was making the music for the group, right? Okay, I'm going to set you up to make music because they had whooped the rest of the group except Him. And Suge came out on some real Debo stuff, but he didn't really trip on Him Bad. Because Him Bad was like, I wasn't with them. I ain't got nothing to do with the money situation with them. And Suge was like, all right, what you do then? So I make beats. Suge, boom, get him everything he need. Put him in the room. Suge gave a lot of opportunity to a lot of brothers. But brothers was up there messing up the opportunity. Suge a good nigga. Don't get it twisted. And Suge set him up and put him in the room. He said, Pharaoh, I was in the room making beats, and nobody came in there. He said, the first one to come in there was Pop. You know what I'm saying? Now, Suge was cool. Suge was the kind of dude, when you're dealing with the gangster element like Bloods and stuff like that, you're dealing with two different type of people. You're dealing with a mirror. So when you're dealing with brothers like us, you're dealing with a mirror. If you righteous, we righteous. If you on dummy, we monsters. So Suge is a monster if you a goofy. If you negative, he a monster. If you positive, he God. He like a God. That's how the streets is. Suge is a cool dude as long as you standing on business. If you positive, Suge is positive. If you negative, he the boogeyman. That's just how it go, period, with the streets. And the streets have entrepreneurial mindset. So dudes in the streets is in the streets and they watching people in the streets go to prison. So dudes in the streets want to go legal. And then people talking about Suge, football player. Suge ain't no gangster. Let me tell you something. You don't have to be no gangster from a young age. Really, you really could flip to a gangster at 30. A lot of people don't know that. At 30 years old, with just being a regular person, you could turn to a rough gang gangster. At 42, at 40 years old, you could turn gangster. That is a fact. You do not have to be gangster in high school in no 20s. Nah. Circumstances could change you. And you get in a certain circumstance, you can go from an angel to a monster. And somebody like Suge playing football, he get out of football and he back in LA, got to deal with LA. Yeah, he was a gangster. Because he wasn't at school no more. He outside now. And outside is gangster. Because in a city like Chicago and LA, there's businessmen that's gangsters. There's firemen. There's police that's gangsters. If you push that line. Hey, anybody been in the county jail? Would you tell them about some of them guards? Some of them guards, man, you don't know dude life. He trying to be a guard. He trying to be legal, but dude is really that. Dude, GD. Some of these police is GD, is BD and stuff. It's Bloods and Crips for real. They just changing their life over and they don't want to be that no more. So they decide to get a job and get married and get on the police department. But the streets is something, it never leave you. Once you touch that street mentality, that don't never go away. That'll never go away. There's people that you think is squares, but they gangsters. They just squares now. And then there's men that's going to stand on business just for being men. But that's not gangster. So just because a man stand on something with you, that don't mean he a gangster. That just means he a man that stand up for himself. It's a difference between a man that stand up and a man that's gangster. A man that stand up for himself, he probably going to whoop you and do it like that. But somebody that's gangster, it's going to go further than a stand-up, straight dude stand up. He not, you know what I'm saying? He not a regular dude that stand up for himself that don't take no stuff. It's limited how far he gonna go. He just gonna deal with you to straighten out the situation. But somebody that got that gangster mentality, it's gonna go further than a stand-up dude. Because a lot of men gonna stand up for themselves. But that don't mean they gangster, they just men. And a man gonna want you to respect him as a man. And that's another thing about gangsters. Gangsters respect a man. Gangsters don't try to gangster no man or try to run over no man because gangsters respect a man. So if you're a man that stand on business, gangster type street dudes, we like that. We like that. Yeah, we mess with you. So dudes that's like gangsters in streets, they don't mess with no stand-up dudes. Gangsters and street dudes mess with scum buckets, snakes, dudes you can't trust, rats, dudes that think they can holler at your daughter, holler at your wife, dudes that'll steal from you when you turn your back. That stand-up dudes ain't gonna do that. Stand-up dudes ain't gonna talk to your wife. Stand-up dudes don't want to talk to your daughter. Stand-up dudes not gonna pick up your jewelry, pick up your earrings when you turn your back. So they ain't gotta worry about gangster situations. You understand? They ain't gotta worry about that. So stand-up dudes, family men and stuff like that, they ain't had no problem for no gangsters. You know what I'm saying? Gangsters live in a gangster world and got to deal with dudes trying to sell them flour instead of what they came to get and stuff like that. Dudes trying to play with your money, snakes and sneaks and, thieves and, con men trying to con a gangster that sold you a Rolex and you find out it ain't no Rolex. That type of stuff. Because it's like in that world, it's like the jungle. So in that world of crime and stuff like that, there's gangsters, but there's hyenas, wolves, foxes, rats. There's a lot of animals in the jungle. Yeah, man. They don't necessarily live in the underworld. They pretty much just do what they do. So a lot of gangsters is not involved with the underworld. They independent. You understand? Now, when you start talking about mafias or mobs, that's the underworld. But a lot of gangsters is independent gangsters. They not associated with no organization. So you talk about mobs, you talk about crime families. That's different. Yeah, that's different. Those are crime families. So like if my boy got to work and we hustling, and it's me, Rudy, Ahmad, and us, and our big man got the stuff, we not a crime family. We a group of friends that's hustling. And in the world of hustling, you don't get to just be a hustler. So gangster is also an add-on. You know what I'm saying? So it's an add-on too. It's not just simply that. So as a hustler, like me, I was a hustler. But the reason I said I was a gangster, because to be a hustler, sometimes things get gangster. Okay? So sometimes things get gangster. So a guy might be a pimp, but things might get gangster. Dudes might be con artists, but things might get gangster. Dudes might be dealers, but things might get gangster. So gangster is something that comes in the world of dealing with crooks and criminals and stuff like that, and what you got to do for that. So I wasn't no gangster. I was a hustler. This is a hustle. I was a hustler. But it would get gangster. So let's say I come buy something from you and I give you $8,000 and I go home and find out it ain't no good. Now, when I bring it back, I can't come back as a hustler. I was a hustler when I bought it. But you just sold me some bullshit. So now when I come back, I can't be no gangster. No, gangsters wasn't GDs because Four Corner Hustlers, it's a lot of different gangsters. Gangbangers aren't necessarily gangsters. So dudes as GDs are not necessarily gangsters. So that's false. Gang members are not necessarily gangsters. And gang members could be anything. Gang members GDs could have jobs. GDs could be hustlers. GDs could just be regular dudes. GDs could be carjackers. So GDs ain't gangsters. They call themselves gangster disciple, but just because you're a GD or a vice or something, that don't make you a gangster. So GDs are not gangsters. GDs is all different type of people associated with the gangster disciples, but they're not gangsters. Because lots of gang members don't even gang bang. So you got GDs that own car washes. You got GDs that own stores. You got GDs that rap. They're not really gangsters. And so that's the wrong interpretation, Cyrus. That's not what Cyrus said, y'all, is wrong. The GDs are not gangsters, right? Within all the different gangs, there's some people that's gangsters. There's some people that's hustlers. And there's some people that's just regular dudes, but they just GDs. They got wife, they got kids, they got a job, but they just vice lords. So there's vice lords, there's Blackstones, there's GDs that go to work every day. So a lot of people don't understand when you're associated with one of these gangs, you're not a gang banger. Everybody in the gang is not a banger. Everybody in the gang is not a hustler. There is no, everybody in the gang is in the gang for different reasons. So you in Harvey, you grow up, all your friends was Blackstone, all your friends was Mo, and you a Mo. But there's no particular type of Mo. You Mo's because y'all Mo's. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people understand the gangs ain't necessarily something you join. A lot of times it's something you born in. You know, if you born in O Block, you know, you pretty much BD. You don't got to join. So you can look out your window and see the little kindergartens of first grade. My mama just got me some new Jordans. Your mama didn't get no new Jordans. On King David, on BD, my mama got me first grade. He gonna say on BD, my mama got me some new Jordans. On BD. I lived on block, and the kids, everything is on David, and everything's on BD, because that's all they hear all day. So them babies is BD already. They're already calling you folks. By the time you get in the third, fourth grade, they're like, little folks be tripping. So it's a little different. Yeah, it's different. You know what I'm saying? Like me, I was only a four-corner hustler. I'm only a four-corner hustler. I'm only a four-corner hustler because of my name. I was just getting money. I was just in the county jail. I wasn't no four-corner hustler because I was in the gangs and shit like that. Real shit. I didn't become a vice lord in the Four Corners. I was 40 years old. I was 40 years old in the county jail when I became a vice lord and then a Four Corner hustler. They put me in there because of my name, because my name was Pharaoh. This is facts. A lot of vice lords would love my story and would tell you what he's saying make a lot of sense. When I was in the county jail and they found out my name was Pharaoh, you know, all the Blackstones and vice lords, they got that pyramid tatted on them. So when they found out my name was Pharaoh, they started showing me they pyramids and shit. And I was kind of like one of them just because of my name. They was like, your real name, Pharaoh? Lord, that's powerful, Lord. They started calling me Lord. You know what I'm saying? I swear to God. I swear to God. I'm probably the only Four Corner Hustler Vice Lord that got to pick what he was. Because my boy in there, he made me a Cicero insane. And I went and said, I don't want to be no Cicero insane because I'm from the South, so I ain't never been on Cicero. And it was like, damn, Pharaoh, you getting on that nerve. And my boy P. Burrow, he was like, so what you want to be, Joe? I was like, what kind of different vice lords y'all got? This is a true story. And they like, we got conservatives, we got unknowns, we got mafias. And then he said, we got Four Corner Hustler. I said, that's it. If anything, I'm definitely a Four Corner Hustler. I'm an 8-corner hustler. They started laughing. Boy, I'm a 16-corner hustler. Yeah, that's me. That's what I'm definitely a Four Corner hustler. That's how I got to be a Four Corner hustler. They said, okay, you're a Four Corner hustler. Basically, you ain't never heard no story like that. All because my name was Pharaoh. And all because I was already a hustler and I was already a gangster. Because I wasn't in jail because I was good. So I wasn't nobody to play with in or out the gang. I wasn't in there. I wasn't looking at 8 to 40 because I was nice. That was a problem. And I'll knock your gang off of you. You know what I'm saying? You won't be none of that no more playing with a real boss. And we could talk about that sometime because in that world that I was in hustling, it's all the gangs. That's the top. So when you start talking about hustling, that's the top. Because everybody getting work when they come into the city. And the guys that got all the work, they serve everybody. You see what I'm saying? So when you get to the top of what I was in, that's some other, okay, that's business at the highest level. And they doing business with whoever got the money. So when you get to the top level of hustling like that, they don't do gangs. They do money. They don't care if you GD whatever. You got the money for them birds, come get them. Think about it. Think about it. At the top level of that hustling, they don't do gangs. They don't. The stuff coming in from the cartels, so how could you do gangs? You ain't getting it from the cartels. You don't do gangs. You do money. You got the bread, come get it. So at the places where I'll be going, the level I was at, all the gang chiefs is there drinking together. Sometimes I tell them, man, y'all bogus as hell. Y'all in there partying and the shorties out there fighting each other and they leaders in here. And they be like, Pharaoh, them little niggas don't listen. I said, yeah. You know, I learned too. The gang chiefs told me, Pharaoh, they don't listen. We've been in and out of prison. We not going to jail, prison again, Pharaoh, trying to straighten them out. They got to learn the hard way. I said, I see what you're saying. Big folks, or Big Lord, or Big Mo. The gang leaders can't do nothing with them shorties. And the gang leaders like, if we down there trying to help the shorties, the feds going to come grab us for a RICO. So we can't go down there messing with them, Pharaoh. I say, oh, I get what you're saying. They said, yeah. The gang leaders told me, Pharaoh, in order to make the shorties listen, we got to whoop them. If we whoop them, that's gang activity. We going to jail for a RICO. I said, you know what? You're right. They hard-headed. Gang leaders can't go and just tell them to straighten up. You got to whoop them, ones that don't listen, sometimes even worse. Well, now that's gang activity. You going to prison. That's why people like me, we can't help the gangs. We can't do nothing with the gangs. I tell y'all time and time again, The only way we can fix the gangs, we'd have to get full immunity from the government. For any crimes we would have to commit to straighten out the gangs. Without full immunity, there's nothing OGs can do about the gangs. Because to straighten out the gangs would take violence. That's why I'm Pharaoh. I'm the realest alive. You ain't gonna hear that nowhere else. In the county jail and in the prison, do you know why they do what we tell them to do? Because of violence. Because if you don't do what we tell you to do, you're gonna catch a violation. And there's a lot of different types of violations. So they follow what we tell them in jail and in prison by force. We like your mama. Wash up so you don't be stinking. Take a shower. Clean up after yourself. And don't make me spank you. There is no gang leaders go talk to ignorant gang leaders. They're not going to listen to you. The original gangsters of Chicago, no, they wasn't. Where you get your information from? No, that's not true. Where you get that information from? Where you get your information from? Who told you that? That's wrong information. Who told you that? Huh? You gotta go do some research. Who told you that? Huh? That's false information. Yeah, that's false information. Who told you that though? You gotta do your research on that. Yeah, you gotta do your research on that. Black Americans started the numbers racket. Yeah, you got to go do your research on that. That's false information. You got black American gangsters. Yeah, go do your research. You know what I'm saying? You mean I have evidence? Why y'all don't do your research? Y'all ain't never heard? Y'all ain't never heard of him? Y'all ain't never heard of Sam Young and all them? Y'all ain't never heard of this brother right here? Man, y'all ain't never heard of John Johnson? John V. Mushmouth Johnson became known as the Negro gambling king of Chicago. The Jones brothers. Y'all ain't heard of the Jones brothers? Listen, man, before you challenge me, go do your research. You never heard of the Jones brothers? 1946? The three brothers, Edward George and McKissack Mac, that started small, running a policy station from the back entrance of their Jones Brothers tailor shop? Y'all ain't never heard of that, huh? I got to do a live on that. So y'all don't know about John Johnson, huh? Y'all don't know? Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, okay. What would make you think that I don't know what I'm talking about? Anyway, that's disrespectful in itself. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem with our people. Black America started the lottery. But I guess so. But I mean, go do your research though. You know what I'm saying? People been watching me too long. What I'm saying is supposed to be gold. Angela Ford founded a digital museum of Black history called the Obsidian Collection. She says the policy kings were the pillars of the community. These policy kings were educated. They were educated men running an enterprise, Ford said. The enterprise funded thousands of mom and pop stores and other more well-known businesses like Supreme Life Insurance Company, Providence Hospital, Burr Oak Cemetery, and dozens of Black-owned newspapers. The first 12 Black certified public accountants in America came out of the policy business. historian Nathan Thompson observes. On a larger scale, policy-funded ventures like the Negro Baseball League, aviator Bessie Coleman, and boxers Joe Louis and Jack Johnson. You're talking about the first half of the last century, where collectively black men were generating upwards of $2 million to $300 million annually, Thompson said. Bronzeville economic success even caught the attention of Time magazine in 1938, in which columnists called Bronzeville the center of U.S. Negro business. Chicago is the king of gangster blacks, and we the king of you black people. Anyway, when y'all gonna get that through y'all head? What, y'all don't know nothing about Chicago, huh? Even though it was outlawed in 1905, policy was the financial engine that was making it happen. The white, Italian, and Irish mafia stole the numbers rackets from black people. Black people invented the numbers racket. Y'all supposed to know that. Howard Brookins Sr. is the founder of Brookins Funeral Home. They were businessmen and they controlled the business in our community, said Howard Brookins, the owner of Brookins Funeral Home. There was no black banks. You couldn't go downtown to a black bank and say, loan me X number of dollars. You could go to them guys, explain to them what you wanted, and they could then loan you money to go into business. And that's why they had to be gangsters, because the Italians and them tried to muscle in. So then the brothers had to get guns and defend themselves. Like I told you, a lot of gangsters be forced to be gangsters. They just be trying to be businessmen and hustles, but people try to come in and muscle them, and then that's when it turned gangster. The Chicago History Museum's Charles Bethia said despite this support, it was gambling. Let's call it what it is. Some people looked at them as Robin Hoods and their time because money that they did make, granted off the backs of other people. They did literally put it back into the community with legitimate businesses that fuel the economic growth and stimulation of the community itself. But Thea said, but a bloody and at times deadly war with the Italian mafia led to many of the policy kings retiring or just leaving town. The Italians muscled in. We've made enough money. We can't watch anybody else die. So one by one, they got out and got into other things, Thompson said. With the mob firmly in control in 1973, State Representative Ludus Caldwell proposed legislation by saying it was better for the money to go into state treasury than into pockets of fat cat syndicate crooks. So blacks started the numbers. White Italian gangsters tried to move in, and it got gangster. Y'all supposed to know y'all history. And then you ain't supposed to be questioning me like that. That's bogus. You know what I'm saying? You see, I'm really that. Talking about, is there any proof of this? Who asked me that? This person. Do you have any evidence of this? See what I'm saying? When all he had to do was Google it, right? Right quick. You see what I'm saying? Disrespectful. You see what I'm saying? Like trying to accuse me like I'm just making stuff up. And I'm almost 70. I'm finna be 68 in February. Born in Chicago in 1958. You know how slow you got to be to question me on Chicago history? I'm telling you, man, some of these people on the internet, they don't deserve to be over here. You know what I'm saying? What you mean, do I got any history of it? Yeah, it's disrespectful. Instead of listening and looking it up, man, you got history of this? No, it's you don't know nothing. It's not me. It's you. It's you don't know no history of Black Americans. Because if you knew Black American history, you would know. Even if you watch movies, they got movies about the black gangsters in New York. That you know about. So you just being foul. You seen American Gangster. You heard of Frank Lucas. You heard of Bumpy Johnson. You see what I'm saying, y'all? So you ain't never heard of Bumpy Johnson. You see what I'm getting at? See what I'm saying? If you ain't never heard of Bumpy Johnson, how you questioning me? So you ain't never heard of Bumpy Johnson. Let's just keep it real. You ain't never heard of Bumpy Johnson. And it's 2025. So I'm thinking y'all already know this. I'm not thinking I got to prove something that's already etched in stone. You ain't never heard of Bumpy Johnson. And you questioning me, do I know something? When really, come on, man. You ain't never heard of Bumpy Johnson. See, this type of stuff you got to deal with when you're a content creator, like disrespect. You ain't never heard of Frank Lucas. You ain't never heard of Frank Lucas. Y'all ain't never heard of Frank Lucas? Seriously. You never heard of Frank Lucas. Like, seriously. You never heard of Frank Lucas. Man, I tell you, man. Crazy. You see how some people is? They make it bad for everybody else. You know what I'm saying? You ain't never heard of Nicky Barnes. Y'all ain't never heard of Nicky Barnes? And you ask me about black gangsters? Y'all ain't never heard of Nicky Barnes? Because the chat should have went up. Soon as that person questioned me, everybody should have been typing. Come on, man. Did I know any Tollivers? I know a lot of Tollivers. That was like a common name. You know what I'm saying? I know a lot of Tollivers. Yeah, they from New York. But the ones in Chicago older than them. Yep, all of them, Much Mouth and all them, they way older than them. They way older than them. Black folks, y'all supposed to know that history. Y'all supposed to know that history. It's not for me. You're supposed to know your history. You ain't supposed to challenge nobody when you don't know your history. And nowadays, all you got to do is Google it while the person is talking. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do is just Google it. It ain't that hard. That's all you got to do. But it's a way you ask me, too. When you ask me something, be respectful. You got any evidence of what you're saying? See, that's disrespectful. When you could just say, like who? You know? Like that whole tone is bogus. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the policymakers that was black, you wouldn't even know they was black because a lot of them was really light skinned. You know what I'm saying? Like the Jones brothers. The Jones brothers was really light skinned. You know what I'm saying? The Jones brothers was really light skinned. You know what I mean? They wasn't nothing to play with though. There go the Jones brothers right there. But this is basic history though, so it is a little confusing. You know what I'm saying? People supposed to know the history. Know your history when you come into these chats. And I mean, it stayed gangster. It's just crazy questioning. It's just crazy questioning it anyway. Because it's like Chicago been gangster. You know what I'm saying? The whole time. It like never went away. Where you think it came from? In Chicago, it's not this gangster is not no ancient history on King David. Chicago got a group called Gangster Disciples. And so that's just crazy. Anyway, Chicago is still the most gangster black city in the United States still today. That's a fact. Chicago is still the most gangster black city in Chicago. That's a fact. So that's just crazy. You're supposed to know your history. How long have I had my name Pharaoh? I changed my name in 19. My name, I applied in 81. My name changed in 1982. 1982, I was like 24. I applied to change my name at like 23. But my first name was REPARATIONS. When I first went black conscious, I called myself REPARATIONS. Yeah, they know. Yeah, they know about Gotti and Luciano and all them. They know about them. They don't be knowing their own history. You know what I'm saying? I don't mind nobody asking me questions. It's just the way you ask me. Like, be respectful. You know what I'm saying? Don't be like, you got any proof of what you're saying? So that's disrespectful. Especially when I know more than you and you don't know nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's like disrespectful. You see where I come from? Talking like that? See, that'll go sideways outside. That's a fact. Some brothers and some people, that's why we don't do a lot of socializing. Because some people are not fit to socialize with. They don't have the mannerisms or move like kings or royalty. And so you don't really want to socialize them because they don't know how to be men and talk like men. And here in Chicago, that go left. You can't talk to brothers like that because they're going to say, what you mean? And then it's just going to go left because you ain't addressing it with no decency. You know what I'm saying? There's a way to talk to each other and deal with each other. It's got to be out of respect. And then if you constantly question somebody, but you constantly following them, and you got to check yourself if you listening to somebody and you don't believe they know what they talking about, that's a reflection of you because you're supposed to be watching something else. And this same person kind of been a problem. You know what I'm saying? I don't think I want to be bothered with them no more today. Let me get them out of here and they can come back tomorrow because their energy is, I got that dark energy. You come back tomorrow. That way I can keep my cool because, people like that keep saying stuff that I'm going to wild out because I'm going to start taking it personal. You know what I'm saying? You keep coming over here digging, saying little stuff. Then boom, I'm going to go off. You know what I'm saying? And I just got off punishment on YouTube. So, you know what I mean? So I can't be wilding out. But yeah, Chicago, Black America, Chicago always been gangster. You got to know your history, Black American. You know what I'm saying? You got to know your history. You know what I'm saying? We've been standing on something for many years. You know what I'm saying? And it's been one of those things. Go do your research. Go search deacons for the defense. You know what I'm saying? Go read up on the deacons for the defense and you know what I mean? The whole fight against racism and the mob was all tied together. You know what I'm saying? It was people still trying to keep black people down. You feel me? That's what you still got going on today. And that's what's going on with the war on drugs. It's a war on drugs because the black man went and started dealing with the Hispanics. Denzel showed you in the movie that when he got tired of dealing with the Italians, he went to the Asians and got his stuff direct. And then they wanted to beef over that. So the beef was with the Italians is when we didn't need them no more. So once we didn't need them no more, they couldn't beat us with the war. So they went into concrete and they went into legal business. You understand? They went into legal business because they couldn't make that illegal money from Black Americans no more. Because Bumpy Johnson and them, they wasn't going. But it all tied back to racism. Keep the blacks down. And the main people that freed the blacks was the pimps and the gangsters. Not Martin Luther King, not Malcolm, the gangsters. I'm trying to tell you. The gangsters. This is our facts. That's a part of y'all's history. It's a part of history they don't want to talk about. And so that leads us all the way back to what I was saying originally, right? That when MLK came to Chicago, he said, "Where's the gang members?" They said he was on the west side. They say they over at the pool hall. He said, "Why they not coming over here?" He said they don't want to be bothered with that. MLK say, "Take me over there." MLK went to the Vice Lord's pool hall. These is facts. MLK went to the Vice Lord's pool hall to get them to come and stand up for black people. This pool hall right here. And they didn't want to come. And he said, "I'll tell you what, I'll pay you in pool. And if I win, y'all come to the rally. And if I lose, I'll pay y'all like, I think $300, something crazy." They said, "Bet." But they didn't know that MLK was a pool shark. Okay? Man, you don't get this nowhere. I don't know why my super chat ain't going crazy. MLK was a pool shark. He went into gang territory in Chicago and beat them at pool because they didn't know he was a hustler that went straight at this pool hall right here. You see it say the Vice Lords? He went there and he beat them, and the brothers came to the rally for black people. This is real black American history. Real. Not no fake stuff. I'm telling you stuff that you ain't gonna just learn nowhere. You see? He went to the Vice Lord's headquarters where they hung out and challenged them in a game of pool. That's why I say MLK was the man. He was the man, fearless. He said, "Take me down there. Look how the gang members in the hood looking at him." That's a cold, but they didn't know he was a pool shark. He cleaned the table and ended with a trick shot and took the rest of the blacks that was part of civil rights down to the gang territory. And the gangs honored him. The gangs honored him. They like, this the man. The gangs honored him. Oh my soul. Chicago. And they came to the rally because they like, yeah, they like, that's gang. They was like, oh, he really wanted them. He really coming to see about us. See, they don't want to tell this. You ain't gonna learn this. This was a man of the people. He was fearless. They said he said, where the gangs at? Why they not here? What gangs is over here? They said the viceroy. He said, where they at? They said they at the pool wall. He said, take me over there. Some of the black dudes said, are you serious? He said, yes, take me over there. That's some deep. Hey, he said, yeah, take me over there. And he went up in there and won because they didn't know he was a pool shark. He said he bet them like $300. If I lose, I give y'all 300. If I win, y'all come to the rally. And he went, look how they looking. Oh my God. You know how much that changed some of these men's life? Do you? Okay, so now you know why the West Side burned down everything when he got killed. They loved that man. That's why the West Side went up in flames when they unalived MLK. Because Martin Luther King Jr. was highly loved in Chicago. I got friends that mama took them to meet him, and he kissed them. I got friends that still remember when MLK picked them up and kissed them as babies. Like my mama took me out there and took him up till he picked me up and he kissed me on my cheek, rubbed me on my head, little boys, little girls. He was really the man. Don't let nobody fool you. MLK was really him. He was really the man. That's why Malcolm loved him. Malcolm like this the man. Malcolm said, if y'all touch him, it's going to be a problem. Malcolm was crazy about MLK. Man, Malcolm was crazy about MLK. That was his boy. Look how Malcolm is like a student. Look how he looking. You can look at Malcolm's face and see how Malcolm looking. He's amazed. He like, wow. You see what I'm saying? Look at Malcolm's face. He's amazed. MLK was that dude. He was deep. He was that dude. You trust me when I'm telling you. Bro was deep. You got to understand, he took over the church from the deacons of defense. You got to know, he took over the church from that black minister that told black people to arm themselves. And then when he stepped away from the church, their new minister was MLK. What's that preacher's name? Y'all know his name. The preacher that had that church down south that MLK took it over the church from it. Wait a minute. He took over Ebenezer Baptist Church that was ran by, dang, what was the brother's name? Somebody know in the chat. Vernon Johns. Vernon Johns. Dr. Vernon Johns. Dr. Vernon Johns. Yeah, the book is fire. The book is crazy. Because I'm a weirdo. I got a weird life. And I've been around everybody from the most revolutionary people as a kid to the whole Martin Luther King era, to the Rastas all across the country, to the gangs, the Black conscious community, Foundation of Black Americans, like the whole gamut of Black people. I've been fortunate enough to be a part of the whole gamut. And then, when I was in the county jail, the Most High came and told me, I want you to do music. Well, the guardian angel came. The Most High didn't come. Guardian angel came and said, the Most High wants you to get into music. I said, I'll think about it. And the next day, the guardian angel came and said, so what's your answer? I said, yeah, okay. So when I got into music, though, it was slick. The Most High had tricked me and put me in a situation where I was helping people and they was helping me to help me get over my trauma and get over my violent nature, because now I got these folks, really I got these 5 young brothers from 5 different gangs. So when I started the record label, I ended up with a conservative vice lord, a traveling vice lord, a GD, a Blackstone, and a Four Corner hustler. So now I'm a hustler, I'm a super illegal, but now the Most High didn't trick me to do this. So now I'm responsible for them. So I'm kind of changing my life because I'm responsible for them. So taking on that project and being mentor to these young Black men, now I got to set a good example. If I don't be careful, we're going to get caught in a RICO. They mamas and shit love me. I'm picking up their sons. Their girlfriends love me. I'm picking up their boyfriends and taking them to rap. So now I'm responsible for them getting back home. I can't go pick up these people's sons and these women's babies' daddy and then get them busted. So it was slick the way the Most High tricked me to change my life, telling me to go in the music business, but I'm not knowing. It was really telling me it was going to give me the responsibility for these young Black people. And then that responsibility for these young Black people. At the same time, I got married again and had a daughter, and she had children. So I got the responsibility to this woman that got 4 children, because she had 3, I give her 1, and I got the responsibility to these young Black men. That's from 5 different gangs. One of them I got rid of, so they was from 4 different gangs: GD, Four Corner Hustler, Blackstone, and Traveling Vice Lord. And so I got the responsibility of them. And because of my new queen, I'm living in O Block because she already stationary. I can't move her with me. I got to move with her because I'm fighting a case. So I'm surrounded by BDs. I'm a Four Corner hustler. I'm in BD territory. And I got a rapper that's a GD, a traveling vice lord, a Blackstone, and a Four Corner hustler. So we're dealing with all the gangs. It's just one of those things. That's what my book gonna be about. And I gotta change my life because I can't leave this woman with this new baby when she already got 3 kids, and I'm responsible for these young brothers. So it kind of forced me to wean myself off the streets and put the guns down and stop being how I was, because I was the monster. Because even though my queens, the one I left and the one I ended with, they knew that I was hustling. My connect knew I was hustling because I was connecting, but I had a secret life didn't nobody know. My wives didn't know. The rappers I was with didn't know. My connects I didn't know. My crew that I slung with didn't know. I had a secret life that nobody know. That when I write in the book, there won't be nobody to verify that story. Because I had a secret life with another hustler, but I was a hustler with him. My job was retrieve money when people ran away with money. And nobody knew I did that. It got me in trouble because sometimes women thought I was cheating on them because I've been gone for 3 days. But I'm in a building with somebody that then ran off with some money, trying to convince them to give the money back. And I did I did really well because I always got the money back and never hurt one person that ran off. The people that I work for said, "You the coldest, you a genius." Because I never hurt none of the people that I had to go and grab up that ran off with this mob's money. What I used to do to get the money was psychology. And I would tell them all the bad things I could do with them, I do to them. So I would just day after day tell them and paint this horrible picture of what's going to happen to them. And then they would break down and say, okay, it's under the floorboard or something like that. I use psychology. You know, I can't say it on YouTube. I'll be like, man, it don't make no sense for me to do this and do that and do this to you and all of that. It don't make no sense for me to do this and do that to you and do this to you and go get your baby mama and do this to your baby and all this, right? And I would make it, it would be horrible. And I would just keep pleading with them. Come on, man, it don't make no sense for your baby to have to, you know, woo. It don't, you know. What about your mommy and daddy? It don't make no sense for this to happen to them. You know, I was like, I would just use psychology. Good to see you, Shimo. I would use psychology and time, right? Because it was the psychology works after 2 or 3 days. You know what I'm saying? After 2 or 3 days, they tired of sitting there listening to this 2 or 3 days. They not going nowhere, so they believe it's real. And then when I would get the money back and take it back to the mob, I would speak on behalf of the person that ran off. And I would tell this mob, give him another chance, man. Give him some more work. He ain't going to run off. And they'd be like, if he do, guess who's going to go get our money back? I know. But they not going to run off. I'm telling you, man. And so then they would go give them some more work. And the same person that I just did this to be crying. Man, Pharaoh, man, I love you so much, man. Man, I love you so much, man. I should have never did that, Pharaoh. You the real one, man. Man, you look, man, you, man. You know? I be like, you good, man. They forgave you and they gonna give you some more work and you all good. You like, you lying, man. I'm like, man, I'm not. Just don't do that shit no more. You know you're not supposed to be here. So then I would make a pact with him. So now you did all this stuff to do. You ran off with this stuff. I grabbed you and you still alive and nothing happened to me. Now you owe me. And they'd be like, you right, man. I owe you forever, man. Anybody do anything to you, man, I'm finna get them, man. Because I'd be like, all I want is you owe me. You owe me your life now. Because you ain't supposed to be here. And they'd be like, for real. Now I have a cookbook. And I get them some more work. And they would go back and act like they got some sense. And of course, if it's 80,000, I get like 20. And this is 20, I'm hustling. My queen know I'm hustling, but she don't know about this 20. So this is 20, this is 20 she don't know about. What I'm saying? So that was a good thing because this is money that don't exist. I gave my mom and daddy a lot of that money to pay stuff, but I gave people money, relatives and stuff. I gave them a lot of that money. Hardworking people that never see 30,000 at one time. I'm like, here, go, you know what I mean? Go do whatever you want to do. I gave relatives money. Their children don't even know I gave it to them. And I had a good conscience because I helped both sides. So that's going to be in the book. I got too much stuff on the table. I got to finish this book. And I got a book coming out, but it's not a cookbook. But I got another book. You got to follow me on Vegan Intel when I release that. It's not a book. It's a pamphlet. So I got a manual and I got a pamphlet. But these are short reads. I don't got time to write no cookbook right now because when I finish this one, I gotta write. I gotta finish this book on ganja that I already got 200 pages, and I gotta write this book that's gonna be a movie. So I'm doing novels once I finish this book. So I ain't gonna. I don't know when I'll be able to write no little short books because I'm doing novels and trying to and so that could be sold to be movies. So you could write a novel. When the novel do good, then you could sell the rights of the novel for a movie. It's better than writing a script. So I don't really got time for that. Plus, my cookbooks, they wouldn't be that good because I do easy vegan cooking. But I might do it. I might do it. But I don't know when because I got so many irons on the fire. I don't know when out because I got to do this. I got a manual and I got a booklet coming out. So I'm finna be knocking this booklet out while I'm finishing my book. So the next thing gonna come out is this booklet. There's three of them. So it's a pamphlet that's out. The easiest way to become a vegan is out. Then there's a booklet that's gonna be out. And then there's another one that's gonna be out. A booklet and two more. So I got a manual, a booklet, and a pamphlet coming out. Three different ones. Those are short. The manual, this is the manual. The next one is the booklet. Yeah, you just go to www.veganintel.com to get the manual. Go to Vegan Intel, and that's going to help you. The easiest way to become a vegan. The pamphlet is cold. I can't show you the cover because people be stealing. The cover is, and it's cold. And the pamphlet is going to show you how a way to eat is called. It's called, the pamphlet is called. which I'm going to be trying to go back to that way of eating in the pamphlet, but I can't right now because I'm trying to put on muscle. So right now I'm eating on some bodybuilding type stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, you're going to have to go, you should go follow me over on Vegan Intel. Y'all should go to Vegan Intel and follow me for that information. I moved all my channels is separated. And then I got Pharaoh Said That live where I'm going to have the phone lines. That kick off January 2026. That's going to be crazy. So that's going to be phone lines and a lot of interviews and stuff like that. So I got a lot of irons on the table because I'm finna have from Kemet to Chicago, which is going to be all cosmic stuff and ancient stuff. Pharaoh Said That, Vegan Intel, and Pharaoh Said That live. So I'm finna have 4 YouTube channels. So I'll be busy. Pharaoh Said That live gonna come on at the same time every night though. So that's gonna be like a real, like Johnny Carson or whatever. So that's gonna come on every night. I got to get the time slot. Probably at 11. It might be 10. I might have to make it 10, so it'll be 11 o'clock in New York and 8 o'clock in California. That's gonna come on 5 days a week. Coming to Chicago is going to be a lot of cosmic stuff. However, now I have more sweet cravings. What would you recommend to carve the sweet cravings? If you got sweet cravings, what's gonna curb the sweet cravings is fruit. Eat a piece of fruit. Eat a banana. If you eat a banana, the sweet cravings gonna go away. If you eat an apple, you ain't gonna crave sweet no more. If you eat some watermelon, you won't want nothing else sweet. You'll never eat nothing sweet behind no fruit. If you eat a piece of fruit, you will not want a piece of cake. That's a fact. That's an absolute fact. A piece of fruit wipes out your craving. Dates, any fruit though, any fruit is gonna wipe that out. That's an absolute fact. Except like maybe lemons and limes, but lemons and limes will wipe it out too if you put a little maple syrup and drink it. That's it. You be done. But for sure, pears, plums, grapes, cherry, all that, you will not want nothing sweet. I've never eaten nothing, no sweet nothing behind fruit. Never. I've never ate cake. If I eat some fruit in the evening, I've never ate a pie or cake or nothing. Dates is cool, but dates is very, very expensive, and you ain't gonna be able to do it. They give you this many dates for like $9. So it ain't feasible economically. Because I only buy dates like once a month. I don't never have enough dates to last no 30 days. They cost too much. And dates don't do a good job either. Listen, dates don't do no good job. You're going to eat too many dates. Dates don't do a good job. You're going to eat too many of them. You're only going to eat one apple, but you're going to keep eating the dates. The dates is too much like candy, so it don't work. You understand? Dates is too much like candy. I wouldn't advise dates Dates, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't advise dates. Dates is too much like candy because you don't get full, so you're going to keep eating them. Whereas if you eat an apple, that's going to put something on your stomach because you got to get the sweet and something on your stomach. Because a lot of times you eat sweets, but you tried, but you hungry. And the sweets don't cure the hunger. And if you eat enough sweets to cure the hunger, you eat too much. So if you eat a piece of cake because you're hungry, you might eat too big of a piece. But because of the nutritional value in an apple, when you eat one apple, you won't be hungry no more, and you won't have no craving because nutrition kills the hunger because the hunger is based on nutrition. You're really hungry for nutrition. Okay? So dates is not the way to go. Don't listen to Wiley Gibson. Dates is not good. If you're trying to get off sweets, dates is not going to work. Okay? Don't listen to Wally. Listen to me. Dates is not going to work. Not at all. Don't listen to Wally. I'm going to block Wally in a minute till tomorrow because I done already said what I said, and I'm not going to let you come on this channel and teach over here. Wally, you got to teach on your own channel. Don't listen to Wally. I've been a vegan since 1978. Okay? I've been a vegan 47 going on 48 years. Wally is not on my level. I am a clear professional. I've been a vegan probably just as long as Wally been alive. Come January, I'll be a vegan 48 years. 24 months after that, I'll be a vegan for 50 years. Wally is not on my level. Period. Don't listen to Wally. Listen to a pro. Don't listen to Wally. Dates is not it. Because you're going to eat too many of them. Because you can't quench, because your quench for sweets is also hunger. And you got to eat too many dates to kill the hunger. So you're going to be to eat 10 damn dates. You understand? Grapes is good, but the best thing is apples. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. I done gave you game. The best thing is apple. Get an apple and slice it up. And I guarantee you, when you eat that apple, you're going to be done. And if you feel hungry, eat 2 apples. But you very seldom going to eat 2 because of the how much nutrition is in an apple. The apple's going to get rid of your craving, and it's going to add all the nutrition you need for your body. It's going to totally satisfy you. If you slice an apple up into 6 pieces, each piece would be 2 dates. Facts. If you slice an apple up into 6 pieces, you can stand 2 dates up to that one slice. Am I right or am I wrong? So that would be the same amount of food as 12 dates and not as sweet. 12 dates is too sweet. You understand? Come back tomorrow. Yeah, Wally, come back tomorrow. That's my answer. Don't listen to Wally. Apple. Because what an apple's going to do is you're going to get some sweet and you're going to get a little full, and you don't want to eat once you get full. Period. If you eat 1 or 2 apples, you're not going to eat no cookies. Wally don't know what he's talking about. It's not going to happen. You will not eat no cookies. You will not even eat no potato chips or nothing. If you eat 1 or 2 apples, you're not going to eat nothing for a minute. These is facts. An apple is the best thing to curb when you craving sweets. And get a Honey Crisp. And I guarantee you, the Honey Crisp is the best apple you ever had in your life. That's a very sweet apple. So get some Honey Crisp apples. They big too. Get the big ones. And if you got a craving for some sweets, go cut you up an apple and eat it. And I guarantee you, you won't want no sweets and you won't want no food. You will not eat no food after you eat an apple. And typically when you eat fruit and you want to eat again, you're going to eat another piece of fruit. The fruit has a magic that makes you don't want to eat nothing different. So if you eat some watermelon and you still want something to eat, you're going to keep eating watermelon. Fruit has a magic like that you won't change. If you got apples and you got pears and you eat an apple, you will not, and you want something else to eat, you will not eat a pear. If you eat the pear first, you will not eat an apple. You will eat another pear. And I lived in Hawaii where we hunted fruit, where we had our own fruit, where we hunted pineapples and we had avocados and we had bananas and we had mangoes. And when you eat a mango and you're still hungry, you will eat another mango. You will not eat the pineapple. You will not. You will not. If you eat some pineapple and you still hungry, you will eat more pineapple. Fruit makes you eat mono naturally. Fruit makes you eat mono. This is real fact. You ever got a good orange? What happens if you want some more anything? You go get another orange. Remember back in the day, your mama buy a bunch of oranges, tangerines. What do you and your sister and your brother do? You keep eating tangerines. Fruit makes you eat mono. That's a fact. You will not switch fruits. If I got some bananas and I got some apples and I eat a banana and I'm still hungry, I will eat another banana. I will not eat an apple, just naturally. These are facts. I will eat another banana. If I eat the apple first and I still want to eat something, I will naturally eat another apple. Naturally. The only way you're going to eat a combination of fruit if you planned that and now you fixed your mind that I'm going to eat this and this. But if you're eating just natural and you in your kitchen and you crave to eat something and you grab a banana, if you don't get enough, but naturally, you will automatically grab another banana. I swear to God. And you can have a whole bunch of fruit up there. Think about it. If you eat a plum and you want something else, you're going to eat another plum. These is facts. These are absolute facts. And when I was young, we used to go down south. And when my grandmama go in the store and come back in the car while we driving in the car, she only come out with one kind of fruit. So she'll come out with a whole big bag of peaches, and we dust them peaches off. You know what I'm saying? Or she'll come out with a bag of plums. She never came out no store with a bag of plums and a bag of peaches. This is my granny, my mother's mother, riding down south with us. When she would go in the store and get a fruit, she would always come out with one fruit, a bag full of it. And we, the whole car, we dust it off. Because you know how fruit get the car smelling like that. And you want some more of that. You don't be wanting to change up. Not naturally. Think about your granny and them. When your mom in there, when your mom, when you was a kid, used to go buy fruit, she would pile one fruit up in that bowl. Now, it'd be a lot of different nuts in that bowl, but nuts is the same way. If you go to the bowl where your mama got walnuts and pecans, if you crack a pecan, you will not crack a walnut. You're going to keep what? Cracking pecans. If you eat some peanuts, you ain't going to never go and eat no pecans. This is just how you is naturally. You're going to keep eating pecans because in nature, what? When you go in an area, that's all that's there. So if you live in Hawaii and you fruit hunting and you go over here and it's mangoes, that's all that's there is mangoes. There's no bananas in the mango orchard. So what you going to eat? Mangoes. When we used to drive the car and get the pineapples, we'd wait till we drive to see which ones is orange and which one is ripe. And we wait till the sun go out and go steal on people's pineapples, Del Monte and them in Hawaii, and fill up the van with pineapples. And when we get back to the spot, what we eat? Pineapple after pineapple till we get full. We got mangoes, but we not finna eat the mangoes. Once we eat the pineapples, we finna dust them off till we get full. If we eat the mangoes, we gonna dust them off till we get full. If we eating breadfruit, we gonna dust that off till we get full. This is how people eat naturally. This is what my new book is gonna be kind of covering that to a certain extent. I'm gonna be showing you about that. Yeah, by nature you eat mono. You don't eat real talk. If you was in nature, you would eat mono. If you was in nature, you would eat mono. So look, let me let y'all go because I got some more conversations I gotta have today. It was a pleasure. Go subscribe to Vegan Intel. I need some more subscriptions over there. So even if you don't watch, go subscribe. Drive me up to 1,000 subscribers. I need 1,000 subscribers over there. And much respect to the ladies. Make sure, ladies, you send your beautiful pictures to Pharaoh said that, but the address is Pharaoh El-Aton, right, at Yahoo. So go to Pharaoh El-Aton at Yahoo and send your beautiful pictures. Okay? I'm trying to highlight the ladies. This is not thirst trapping because, you know, in our community, people always think the worst. And it's almost impossible to be positive sometime with our people because our people have a tendency to just turn everything dark because they be so dark. And so I've been having people disrespect me while I'm trying to do this beautiful thing. I'm thinking I'm doing something beautiful that I want to show some love to the females. I feel like I got a lot of females watching me. I feel like I'm a man. And I feel like, why don't I honor these females? I'm talking all the time. So the channel was male heavy, right? So I'm a man. I'm always talking as a man, 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 man. And I'm like, you know what? As a man, show some love to women. It would be the same way if a woman had a show, she should show some love to the men and post some pictures of the men. You know what I'm saying? But some people tried to make it nefarious, which is total disrespect. You know what I'm saying? I didn't really like that because I feel like, come on, man, let's honor the women. And I tell you something else too, and I ain't trying to be disrespectful, but the women are my best subscribers because the women's are real quiet. They not so challenging. The brothers are great too, but if you had to pick which one's got the most knuckleheads, it's the brothers. There's never any knucklehead women. Every time I get trolls or I get negative energy, it's always males. I never get negative energy from the women. Never. So I got a lot of respect for women on social media. They the coolest ever. They watch, they listen, and they do not interrupt, and they do not challenge you. So much love to the ladies.